preparing the configuring the meeting for YouTube Live. Finalizing. Go to the external app, and there we are. Oh, but which one? Yeah, I'm in the right one. So I can let's see. Hmm. How do I chat? Oh, it says it's not possible to comment on this private video. Wow. Why is it become private?
That's within YouTube. Let me see.
Oh, maybe on the other phone.
Showing live.
On the other phone.
Showing a test. I just commented.
Oh, that's probably why. Now, so how do I? Maybe I could switch. Oh, live. No, it's not showing anything live. Videos. And maybe I could switch. Let's see. Go to here. Yeah. Oh, maybe I should close it. Let's see. Exit internet. Accept. Okay. Now I'm going to go to YouTube. Oh, it's got. It's not possible to comment. How to change the configuration of privacy in a video. Android. Library. So I have to go to the app, the YouTube app, and go to library and change and my videos and change library. Let's see, library. Maybe here, subscriptions library, and then my videos, maybe. Oh. Maybe my live videos. Lista there. Historia. I'm gonna go to the library. My video. Live. That's not showing the one. Maybe I have to close it. And then I go, let's see. Oh, where's, you go back. There's only two. Okay, more. Wow. Wow. Let's see, let me turn on YouTube. And I go to library. your videos. Mm-hmm. Live. There's no place to edit. Oh, maybe the your channel configuration, maybe. Amistad. Ahora de datos. Chat in live. Los mensajes. Oh, no. Accessibility. Oh. Dejar en espera. Los mensajes potencial. Dejar en espera. Maybe that's good to have. Yep. Facturación y pagos. Pruebas de nuevas funciones. Privacy. Todo el historial. Mirar en TV. Calidad. Reproducción automática. Oh, that's weird. Oh. Yes. Go back here. General. Zoom para ajustar la pantalla. Oh, no. Recordarme antes de producción automática. No notifications, apps, subtitles, accessibility. No. Here. So I got library. My videos. Live. Okay. Let's see. Oh, where? Oh, here's Zoom. How come it doesn't show up? Wow. Meaning. Sincronizar video HD. Mostrar en tiempo conectado. Copiar el enlace invitación.
You are still, by the way, currently live streaming to YouTube.
Oh, I am?
Yes.
Oh, what channel is it? Oh.
It is whatever the current stream is. Do you need the alphanumeric YouTube unique ID?
Maybe
You just go to your streams channel. It comes up as being live streaming right now.
Maybe it's another. Maybe it's another channel. What if I go over here and go to this one? Wow. Live. Oh, yeah, I see it. Channel. No. What if I go over here? So it is.
This is actually, I don't know, because I wasn't here last Saturday. I took Stacy out for her birthday. The weekend at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. This is actually, I don't know, because I wasn't here last Saturday. Stacy.
Dominic said, "Morning, Rami."
Yeah, there he is.
No, it's working.
I'm kind of concerned because this has become a trend now, because the 2 weeks prior to last Saturday, we were having technical issues, weren't able to get in until about 20 minutes after, get things going. and today as well. And I can't help but wonder who we're losing in the process, because we keep having new people
Mm.
join through Central Florida Philosophy, but if we don't have our act together by 7 a.m., I fear they'll just go off and do something else.
I don't know.
Yeah, well, we
You should
can't
start.
know.
You should
So-
start earlier. Get it working.
Not but maybe the night before, just to confirm everything is good to go, and then not touch any of the equipment again until we start up again. Stoic Dan starts his sessions 15 minutes early, habitually.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I don't know if I can always get up and be there at that time, but I can start up, try to make a go of it. Starts his sessions 15 minutes early, habitually.
Hmm.
All right, let's pause our. I don't know if I can always get up and be there,
Let's see. You know.
so that I'm not competing with my past self when speaking. Or any of us are. Let's pause the playback on YouTube, or at least mute it.
Oh,
All right, let's pause our.
wow.
Always get up.
It's still running.
So that I'm
But I
not
closed
competing with my
everything.
past self when speaking. Or any
I
of us
lower
are.
the volume.
Let's pause the playback on YouTube, or at least.
Wow. Uh-huh.
So did you
Well,
get rid of one or more of your cell phones?
mm. Mm. Well, I was shopping around for a new phone service because I was with T-Mobile, and I said maybe I'll shop around and see if I get a better deal. And mm, and also I could get new phones, like trade in the old phone for the new phone. And so I ended up with going with AT&T, and I got a new super phone, and then and then a regular phone. But then after a while, this regular phone is not that good. Let's see. I like this other phone, so I got that one. But the regular phone, I can't trade back with anymore. So now I got an extra line. Maybe I'll close it and sell the regular phone. So
What numbers are still valid?
So the one ending in 4083, I'm thinking of closing it. But this
Okay.
new phone that's better than the regular phone. So no, I got a super phone with 407-486-8642. That's the Zoom ID also. And then I had a regular phone, but with the 4083 line. But then I saw a better regular phone, so I got that one. But I couldn't turn in the first regular phone, so I got two regular phones. And so I ended up adding another phone line and another phone, but I'm gonna see about closing the very regular phone line, the one ending in 4083, and keep the one that begins with 689, the one that doesn't have zeros or ones, the
So how many?
689-799-2527.
Right,
That's
689 is Central Florida's new area code. We're now up with Miami, South Florida Dade County area, which also has 3 serving area codes.
wow.
So
Yeah, I have
you
I
have
have
to
a 321 phone also.
3 or 4 or 5 phone lines that you have now at this present time.
So I had initially 4 phone lines. Now I got 5 lines. 5 lines. 4 lines, and I got 5 lines, but I only got close one, maybe close Maybe close 2 so that I'll just have 3.
Mm.
But then to close a line, maybe I have to wait until I sell the phone. Maybe I could sell it at Facebook Market, or so that I have some money to pay off. Because when I close it, then you have to pay the phone that it was with. It's a $200 phone. It's a Samsung A14. That no, I have 2 of them, so I want to close them probably. Yeah, and so I'll have 2 lines, and my friend Maria will have the other line.
Okay.
And she'll help pay for that one.
Okay. So, um,
I'm using
you'll,
the Samsung S23 Ultra for ultra excellent photos
yeah, it's got a very nice camera.
in in an S Pen, so I can draw and write, and it converts what I write into text. Just another fun way.
Okay.
Oh boy,
So,
where were we?
this morning when I dialed before, because you texted me at 6:51 a.m. through your new 689 area code phone line. I dialed your 2 other prior phone lines that I had for you, including the 46 407 486.
Oh, the one that ends in 4083. I factory reset the phone, so maybe now it's not working.
Well, there's no voicemail set up on either.
Oh, and the new phone,
or
the Ultra, I haven't set up the voicemail.
So just things to be aware of, so you can get that taken care of.
Maybe I'll take care of everything by the end of this year.
Or day.
Oh, and this morning, it's falling apart. I thought it would stay. Okay. There we go. Look at that. Okay. Wow. Okay. I'm taping up a charger that's got 4 USBs. Woo. There, I taped it up to this structure. The tape is not staying. Okay, so trying to make things more convenient, to be free, to have leisure. So I spend my time struggling to devise new ways to satisfy my leisure, or to increase my leisure time. But while I'm doing that, it's causing me to spend too much time trying to create more time. So I don't have any leisure time left in the struggle to make time for leisure. For what kind of leisure? Or for the leisure, the leisure to read books. But instead of reading the books, I get the audio version so that someone reads it to me while I'm washing the dishes or something. Or I get the Kindle. I get the Kindle version of the book so I can read it on my phone. But instead, I get on the news and listen to some interpretations of what's going on in what's keeping people restless on the news. What's happening? What's causing fears in people's, what keeps everyone afraid. So there's another thing that we're trying to avoid is fear itself. There's no greater fear than fear itself. So we're 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 caught up in different news channels and listening what they have to say to what's going on in that what's been propagandized for us to consume to keep us afraid, keep us in the house maybe. So we have another we have a fear that we want to remove. So the struggle is uh, what when we say freedom of this or that, we're struggling to eliminate certain fears, maybe, or to hmm, is it or we're maybe trying to in the struggle to trying to preserve our freedom of this or that that is keeping us unfree, don't you think?
Yeah,
Or it keeps
well,
us in fear.
the struggle is the grasping, right?
So the struggle is the grasping at what? Hmm.
Do you even know anymore at
Like,
that point?
like, say, for example, what are some of the freedoms? What are some of the freedoms that they have devised that we should fight for having? Mm.
Okay, so who needs to fight and for
Or
what?
yes, what or who needs to fight? So we're indoctrinated to uphold, preserve, fight for, maintain, uh, the struggle, the fight, wars, the nation state, the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, things like that, where a nation state, we have a union, a perfect union, an empire. We're trying, we're committed to be patriotic and we honor those who died in battle to preserve our freedoms.
Hmm.
So what are the freedoms that we're supposed to honor those who died for in battle that fought for our freedoms? Kind of, or could it be? Where did they get that? This is,
Go on.
uh, uh, so, what did you get anything interesting out of all that?
No, but about 5, 10, or 15 minutes ago, I thought I saw a great illustration of how we're sometimes our own worst enemies, that we stand in our own way.
Mm.
Also, you were, I think, reaching for loftiness, and maybe it's just better to sit and be for a while.
Mm. Mhm. Hmm. So it's that time of the year again, no? Or the time of the week, or the time of the day, or the time of this meeting to pull out from this box of wisdom. Mm.
All right.
This cookie jar of cookies of wisdom and knowledge, and see what we may get out of this. Let's see. So I unscrew the top and I go I scramble and pull out something. Let's see what it says. Hmm. And the winner is, oh, it says it isn't the things that happen to us in our lives that cause us to suffer. It's how we relate to things that happen to us that causes us to suffer. So, so it's saying that the things in them in themselves aren't the causes of our suffering. It's how we relate to them, to those things that happen to us that causes us to suffer. How we relate to them, to these things. So, so did you understand that?
Yeah,
Did
it's an
that make
ancient
sense?
idea. How we think is actually the cause of our suffering, not the how we think about the things, like or of the things themselves.
But it said you used the word relate, so that means everything is relative, is interconnected. So, if we are suffering over something, then we have to change our relation to it. Maybe how we do
Well,
is that
I
is
think
that what
it's.
it's aiming for?
I would say
Relating or how we're
that
relating to it?
I would say it's how we consider. You know the story of the Chinese farmer?
The Chinese farmer?
Yeah. Do you want me to try to read it to you, or do you want Alan Watts to read it to you?
Oh, let Alan Watts read it to us.
Okay, then we'll become
Conjuring
commentators.
up Alan Watts from the dead, and he will read it. No, or maybe
Via YouTube.
It's a
Here.
wow. He was around prior to YouTube, so maybe it's in
Okay,
Alan
he's
Watts'
been.
scripture. Oh, somebody created a video
Yes.
with his words, maybe, or somebody reading what he said about the Chinese farmer. The story of the Chinese farmer. Oh, with the rice fields. That looks very Chinese. Oh, with a horse going by. There's no audio for it.
You don't have audio? Oh, I know what the problem is. It's because I'm operating through a. There we go. All right, now you're going to hear it, and I'll start it from the beginning.
All right.
Once upon a time, there was a Chinese farmer who lost a horse, ran away. And all the neighbors came round that evening and said, "That's too bad." And he said, "Maybe." The next day, the horse came back and brought 7 wild horses with it. All the neighbors came around and said, "Why, that's great, isn't it?" And he said, "Maybe." Next day, his son was attempting to tame one of these horses and was riding it and was thrown and broke his leg.
Oh, no. That's horrible.
Well, that's too bad, isn't it?
That's too bad.
The next day, the conscription officers came looking for people for the army, and they rejected his son because he had a broken leg. And
All right.
Evening and said, "Isn't that wonderful?" And he said, "Maybe."
Maybe. Damn. Those things maybe.
Nature is an integrated process of immense complexity. And it is really impossible to tell whether anything that happens in it is good or bad.
Impossible?
But you never know what will be the consequences of a misfortune. Or you never know what will be the consequences of good fortune.
The consequences. So you have to wait and see. So maybe that was what we needed to hear. Maybe not. We'll see.
Oh wow, there's a Mexican fisherman story. I'm so tempted, but I'm going to stop right here.
Wow. So maybe you should stop. So, so maybe we should wait and see. So maybe our misfortune will turn into a good fortune if we wait long enough. But then our good fortune will turn into a misfortune if we wait long enough. Mm. And mm, but what do we do in the meantime? Like, should we celebrate when we have good fortune, and then when we have bad fortune, should we cry, or should we say, let's wait and see? Let's not celebrate yet. Let's wait and see. So when our team wins in the game, the sports, in should we celebrate with all our fellow fans of that team,
Sure, why not?
or should we say, well, no, let's wait and see, because maybe even though they won, maybe later on something might happen horrible, and then we'll be sad. So let's not celebrate. Let's just wait and see.
Well, it's not very fun. Who's going to want
Or
to hang
like
around that guy who's not celebrating when the team
like when we have a birthday, and let's say it's our son's birthday, we should say, no, let's not celebrate. We should wait and see, because maybe the next day he might die, and then we'd be sad. So let's not celebrate yet.
Well,
Let's just
hold on. Absolutely, you have to celebrate because he might die tomorrow.
no.
Do you get
Oh,
what I'm
okay.
saying?
Let's celebrate while he's still alive, because tomorrow he might die.
Well, we're all
But just
terminal.
thinking that about he might die might depress us, and so we might not want to celebrate after thinking about that.
Well,
Mm.
I mean, let's say your son has a wife and they've got a mortgage and they've got children. You'd want to encourage your son to have a life insurance policy so that if he were to die, the mortgage would be paid off and the wife and the children would still have their home.
Oh wow. Yeah. Wow.
Once you know that those life insurance monthly payments are being made on a consistent basis, then you don't worry. because they're going to be taken care of in terms of still being able to have a home, right?
Wow.
There's an appropriate response to each situation. If the team wins, if the birthday comes up, celebrate these things. If you're worried that okay, I could die, well, what's the consequences? If there's responsibilities where the income that comes from that son, where if they're no longer there would make a difference on other people's lives, then buy the insurance policy, get the term or whatever, so that it's going to be okay. But beyond that, just live your life and make the most of it. Still here.
Wow. Yes. That insurance policy reduces one's worry and makes one feel good that one's life, even after death, will have meant something for someone else. But maybe you're stingy and you say, no, I want to save some money. Why should I be spending so much a month on the insurance policy? Let's if I die, it's the end of that. So let them take care of themselves without the house. They didn't pay for it anyway. So let's be selfish about it, and let's not worry about it. And then I'll be saving some money every month.
For
Hmm.
one. And would they really be saving it or would they be squandering it? I mean, it comes down to what's important to
No,
the person, right?
I would be squandering it
Someone
on
who loves their,
a new
their
phone.
yeah, really. So in the end, are you contributing to your family's fortune or some other family's fortune?
Oh, the insurance policy salesman is happy that you're contributing, and the company, the insurance company,
Mhm.
and the mathematician who figured out all these things, how it should work. Hmm. But so is that a freedom from worries by getting an insurance policy, or freedom from, or it's a freedom from worry, but also a freedom from not having a house. The kids and the wife will have a house after you're gone. Freedom from
Usually an act like that
lack of shelter.
is performed out of love for the spouse and the children because you want
Wow.
them to have freedom from those worries.
Mm. Oh, so it's not freedom from the worry, but but out of love, so they would be free of those worries. Hmm.
Difference, big difference in the quality of life, whether or not you have a base of operations.
Hmm. 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 What other freedoms are there? What's the biggest freedom? Freedom to move around, to move, but in order to do that, one has to be able to pack up and move, sell the place, or stop renting the place and getting another place, buying it, or renting that other place. Hmm. It it involves too much work, so I guess that's why people don't move so often. But sometimes they're forced to move because they found a better job, or got fired, so they have to move. Hmm. Uh, but but then what if you live in a place where they deny that freedom to move? Are there places like that?
North Korea,
Oh, like the North Koreans can't move out, maybe.
it's gotten, especially this decade, um, almost practically locked down because it's got become too expensive for the smugglers
Oh,
or
and
for the citizens, and they often will get
and
returned.
and Russians, especially young Russians from the age of maybe 16 to 20 something,
Egyptian age.
they can't move away from Russia
Ukrainians, for that matter.
and Ukraine too, because you're wanted by Uncle Vladimir or someone like that. Mm. So, hmm. So they've lost that freedom. Mm. And then freedom, freedom of speech. What freedom of speech? What is that? Freedom of speech? Oh, it's freedom to speak. Hmm. Why why is there a freedom for that? Can't we all speak? Maybe I haven't lived in a place where there is no freedom of speech. I wonder what that would be like. freedom. Or maybe there's some non-freedom, or there's some suppression of speech going on. On the internet. We can't say curse words on the internet, or maybe we can here and there. Or if we're on the news speaking on a news show, maybe we can't say certain things. The FCC says the dirty words that you can't say.
That's past. What I heard a notification tone. Was that Zoom or something else?
Notification what?
It was a dong at a higher pitch than what I'm able to produce. I was wondering if that came from your device. Is someone trying to get into the room?
No, maybe it was my belt.
It sounded electronic in nature, but all right.
Oh. Or it's interesting when there is a regulation or a law prohibiting certain things, that then when we're at the edge or the border or at the limit, then we're pushing on it, and we find that exciting. Like when Howard Stern was coming up, and when he was on the radio, there were certain words that he couldn't say, so that made it exciting when he was close to saying it. But then when he got on Sirius XM, then he could say whatever he want. Then it wasn't so exciting. Like there wasn't no danger in it. So it got boring.
I'm going to put my headset back on for because of our new participant.
Welcome, new participant, Dominic Tersini.
Let's state something about Stern though, and words in particular. I'd be willing to bet that if he were to string or speak certain sentences, he would very quickly find himself out of a job. And I'm pretty certain he understands that if he were to broach certain topics, that he would no longer have his platform.
Thank you, Dominic. Dominic is being very thoughtful in trying to not speak, because he has lost his freedom of speech in this meeting.
He still has it, but he's exercising wisely.
His right to not speak, his skillful choice to not speak in order to prevent something else to happen.
So my computer's audio is no longer going through the speakers, but through this headset now. Okay.
Oh. So that means that the wife would not hear Dominic anyway, right?
Well, the wife actually says that she can sense when he's there.
Wow. She's psychic.
Would you like a proverb for today?
Yes. The proverb for today is?
The proverb for today is out of Proverbs 8, verse 5. Oh, simple ones, learn prudence. Oh, fools, learn sense.
Proverbs 8,
verse 5.
Verse 5. It says, "Oh, fools, learn prudence."
Oh, simple ones learn prudence. Oh, fools learn sense.
Oh, oh, simple ones, learn prudence. Oh, fools, learn what?
Sense,
Sense, S-E-N-S-E.
as in so, as in common sense.
Oh, oh, simple ones, learn prudence. What is prudence?
Big question.
Like,
Remember, going.
saving money?
That would be prudent, yes,
Prudent?
for when you might need it.
Oh, yes. Hmm. And then, oh, fools learn sense, like common sense. Oh, wow. Mhm. And what would Jesus do? Let's see. Uh, oh, lustful in the city. Let's see.
Whenever I think of the word, when I hear the word prudence, I think of that famous line that George H.W. Bush gave when
Oh,
the when Kuwait was retaken, and there were several who wanted the United States to go all the way and topple Saddam Hussein, take over Iraq, and his response was, having achieved the mission of quote unquote liberating the former Iraqi province of Kuwait, but then independent state, made independent state in the 20th century, Kuwait, said, no, that wouldn't be prudent. I like the idea of a limited war, one with an exit ramp, one with a set objective, and once it's set, it's and achieved, you stop there, leave things be.
who said it wouldn't be prudent?
George H.W. Bush.
Oh, they some were trying to get him to go further.
Right. Take over the whole country of Iraq. Because, I mean,
Wow.
look how wonderfully that. Of course, they were able to get his son in there. And I think it had to be his son because technically, his son was the only one who could feel as though Saddam Hussein was a direct threat. Because Saddam never really, I don't know that he ever threatened Americans beyond the president, who happened to be that elected, well, that determined president's father.
Did you say they got a son in there?
George W. Bush,
Oh, who said it wouldn't be prudent first?
the
The
father,
the father George? That's George
Herbert Walker
H.
Bush, H.W. Herbert Walker Bush, yeah.
George H.W. Bush said it wouldn't be prudent. They got the son in, George W. Bush, and he said, let's let's see what happens if we do this.
Well, the trouble was, the only, as far as we know, as I recall, the only American that H.W. Bush ever threatened was W's dad, H.W. Bush. Because, well, I guess their dealings.
The only one who threatened who?
Saddam Hussein threatened George Herbert Walker Bush.
Mm.
That was the only, as I recall, recorded threat that was ever made by an Iraqi against an American.
But it didn't bother the father Bush. But did the sunbush say, I'm not taking that? Mentally.
I think it had came more down to the interests of certain folks who wanted to be able to have the resources that were underneath the surface of the country, of the territory of Iraq.
uh, what would Jesus do? It's that time to to find out what would Jesus do.
Oh,
Hmm.
we have the book. Wow. Can you
How come
take off the go to your video settings and turn off blur my background?
is
Oh,
it readable?
it is now 100 ways to walk the walk and talk the talk. And who's the something only know?
If I only knew what would Jesus do.
Oh,
So
okay.
so we'll see what we get. Like that cookie jar of wisdom, we're going to see what would Jesus do? What would Jesus have done in the case where the bushes were in? Let's say, oh, here, no, this
Well,
is
better than ask something about the past which cannot be changed.
or what should we do in the
The-
future?
Or the future, which might lead to anxiety.
Maybe the
Why not just
present.
think, yeah, there we go.
What should we do now? What would Jesus do now? There, we'll stop here and see. Oh, but there's two sides. Oh, the left side. How does this book work? On the left side, there's a scripture. And on the right side, what would Jesus do? Or is it that this page goes to the next page? Page 68. Maybe there's instructions on how to use the book. Introduction. When I was asked to write a book with 100 everyday life experiences, and how would they fit into the life experiences that our Lord Jesus might have had, I wondered where I would find that many to write about. But once I began the project, new ideas came to mind on an almost daily basis. It seemed that everywhere I turned, I walked into another life experience, such as when the pizza delivery man refused to take out a state check I'd already written, even though I'd done it before. And the pizza man would say, no, new rules. We can no longer take out of state checks. So I was upset, but I refused the pizza and ended up eating leftovers that evening. But what would Jesus do? Not what I did. He undoubtedly would have smiled and said, I'll pay you cash. But what if I didn't have cash? Anyway.
Yeah.
But
different people carry it, others don't, right?
Oh, okay. So it starts with the page on the right, and then you turn to the left to get scriptural reference, maybe.
You still
So
have blur
going
my
back,
background turned on, so if you wanted us to be able to read the page, that's not going to happen with
let's
the blur my
see.
background feature.
Oh, so I have to read the page on the right, and it says, what would Jesus do to show love to a daughter-in-law? Daughter-in-law. Do you have a daughter-in-law? I don't have a daughter-in-law. Do I? Daughter-in-law.
One of my children would have to be married
Oh,
to a woman
that's
to
like
have a daughter-in-law.
What is a daughter-in-law? Oh, okay, so you'd have to have a son and he would get married, and then you'd have a daughter-in-law. Surprise her by to show love to a daughter-in-law. What would Jesus do? And it says, surprise her by delivering a home-cooked meal when she and her husband arrive home from work. Be sure to find out what night would be suitable. Or compliment her often about her good housekeeping, house decorating, or other good points. Tell her how much you appreciate her love and consideration for your son. Give a thoughtful gift now and then. Invite them to your house for dinner on an occasion. Take them out to a fine restaurant.
Here's another tip in case you ever get married, Hiro. If your spouse makes you a meal, even if it's the worst meal, find something good about it and compliment on that, and keep your mouth silent about anything you don't like about it. Because you don't want to discourage her. Even a bad cook can turn into a good cook, but if you discourage one early enough, that could be it. And then it'll cost you thousands of dollars more, and then their heart will feel downtrodden, they won't feel loved, and who knows what potential great chef or cook that you could have lost in the process. I guess it goes back again to the simple, be prudent.
What if the meal is too salty?
And you say, oh, just compliment her and don't say any words.
Maybe you could request. Maybe you could request some ingredient that would eliminate the saltiness. Would adding sugar to the salted food reduce the saltiness? Maybe not.
All right. Well,
it's hopeless.
It's possible that she'll know, but say nothing. You can let her say it, but just don't discourage your spouse or your children if you ever get to that point, because you could hurt their spirit and they may never go in that direction again.
Also, you should invite them to your house for dinner. Them as in your daughter-in-law and son for dinner, on occasion, take them out to a fine restaurant. Compliment her on someone from her own family, such as her sister, who is adept at computers. Give her a big hug and mean it.
This must
celebrate her birthday with a gift.
In the early 90s.
Once in a while, a party. Yeah, celebrate her birthday with a gift, and once in a while, a party. Babysit for her and her husband, so the two of them can go out from time to time. Don't criticize her either to her face or behind her back, especially not to her husband. Encourage her to visit her folks when possible. Think about it. And then on the next page, it says it refers to a scripture, John 13:35. By this all men will know that you are my disciples, if you love one another. Showing unconditional love to a daughter-in-law is what Jesus would have us do. Or could we apply it to others besides daughter-in-laws? What about sisters? I should compliment my sister and give her a break. She's always taking care of my mother. I should go there today. She's also getting help from the nanny. So I should get help the nanny, get her, give her a break, and because Yes, my sister has cancer, stage 4, but she seems to be doing okay. She's feeling some pain over here, she says, every now and then, like cramping, and sometimes it gets intense. And she you would have pain squatting or bending down, but she seems to be doing that okay without going out. Oh, Hmm. Somehow she's doing better. Maybe because she was in California a few weeks ago, but now she was hoping to go to Colombia. So every now and then she goes to California, and then after a while wants to go to Colombia, maybe for medical, like see a doctor there and or do something there, get something done cheaper there, maybe, and stay with cousins. And in California, she stays with her daughter and kids. So her grandkids. Hmm. Let's see. Let's see what's written in the chat. Okay. I mean, I'll take my part in this, but I did not invite her. Okay. I have to go to this lower energy to explain how she has tried to offend.
Rami, please, Jaro, please don't share that out loud, okay, please? Please read it first before you read it out loud, okay? Because you're showing lack of respect.
Okay. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. So it's that time to, is it on? Yes, I could read something interesting that I found the other day. Let's see. Is it in here? Oh, where did I put it? I think I put it in here. What did I title it? Ah, ah. So here. Is it this one? Oh, okay. Yes. So what wise teaching would benefit me out of many wise teachings from India and from the wise people of India that those teachings were preserved in Tibet. So maybe how many points are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, a bunch of them. Let's see if I can get through them. Oh, the first point, there's about 7. Oh, here's one. Oh, here's a few words. So, to give counsel regarding the concerns of this life is to betray myself. I think it's saying that. I think it's saying that if I rationalize things and to say that this is okay what I'm doing, I may be betraying myself or fooling myself. If I betray myself, what friend will ever trust me? So, counsel regarding the concerns of this life is dispensed with. What? So, I think it's saying that. I think it's saying that that we may be fooling ourselves And by fooling ourselves, others, it might show with on others, and they might not trust us. So so coming up with like excuses for what bad habits I have, or whatever I do. I come up with excuses for doing them. So I should dispense with those excuses. And okay, that's the first point. The second point is the pleasures of samsara invite stress. Samsara it refers to this world of illusions, and in particular, life, no, being born, getting sick, getting old and dying, and it's done over and over again. Well, maybe each day is like being born again, if you think about it. So the pleasures of this world invite stress. In other words, I replaced samsara with this world. The pleasures of samsara invite stress. The stress that is born of such pleasure is like food laced with poison. Who is clever enough to search for what that means? I think it's saying that in this world, there's a lot of attractions and a lot of pleasures, and maybe we have to think that all these pleasures are actually are like food laced with poison. That's the second point. The third point: if bliss is desired, virtue achieves it. If stress is unwanted, degradations are avoided. Degradations. So avoid degradations. Avoid degrading things. Okay. Cause and effect never deceive when it comes to good and bad, which should be adopted and abandoned accordingly. Oh, that's interesting. That's what we do every day. We make decisions of whether this is good or bad, because we have experience that when we do this good thing or this bad thing, it results in more good things or more bad things. So if we want bliss, doing good things achieves it. Virtue achieves it. If we want to avoid stress, then we should avoid degradations, things that degrade. Okay, that's the third point. The second point. Oh, that was the second. The third. Even so, who can do that if they haven't obtained the leisures and acquisitions of an ideal human life? The leisures and acquisitions are so difficult to discover and so easily lost. So now is the time to quickly utilize their essence. Oh, that relates to freedoms of this and that. So, because if we don't have certain freedoms, well, in this in an ideal human life, we would want to have leisures, as in time enough to educate ourselves, maybe, and acquisitions would be getting the material equipment to have an ideal life. So the leisures and acquisitions are so difficult to discover and so easily lost. So now is the time to quickly utilize their essence. Is that the third? What was that? The third? I think it was. No. 1, 2, 3, 4. That was the fourth one. Now the fifth one. Foremost of all that is to be let go of is self-grasping. Self-grasping. what it's not just grasping or greed or attachment to things. It's self-grasping, being attached to the self. So living with such cherishing and embellishing, the two purposes are forsaken. Living without selfish preoccupation for the sake of others, the mind of loving kindness and compassion is cultivated. So living with such cherishing and embellishment, the two purposes are forsaken. I'm not sure what the two purposes are. I guess in the two main purposes in life, what they are. I'll have to look it up. But so we have to let go of self-grasping and self-grasping produces selfish preoccupation. So if we can let go of that for the sake of others, then the mind of loving kindness and compassion is cultivated. Or maybe it means that in order to reduce our self-preoccupation, we have to cultivate a mind of loving kindness and compassion. Okay, what's that fifth? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're not numbered. 5, 6. Okay, here's the sixth one. This appears, but all that appears is not real. Not being real, appearances are confusing. Although confusing, if appearances are analyzed, they are not established. Being like a dream, meditate free from limiting extremes. I think that means that that if we practice imagining that this is a dream, then when we're in a dream, in an actual dream at night, then we can realize that this is also a dream. This dream that is actually a dream is actually a dream. Then we will become aware that we're dreaming while we're in a dream. Well, that's one way of using it. But it could work for like when things are rough. We could say to ourselves, "Oh, this is only a dream." Maybe that would help. I don't know. Let's see. Well, and the next point is knowing thus the practitioner, knowing the practices, he must be kept as promised without being spoiled. Must be kept as promised without being spoiled, purifying one's continuum thus. Oh, so I think that means that when we decide to do something, you want to keep your promise to yourself, and that will purify one's continuum. In this case, continuum is referring to our, like the flow of thoughts. Like one thought leads to the other, and each thought depended on the previous ones somehow. So the thoughts will get purified. What is it to be purified of? What happens when we purify our thoughts? Maybe they become more good, purified, more valuable, more from the heart, more from the soul. I don't know. And the next point is one must always rely on a mentor or read the sutras, the scriptures. In your case, might be the Bible, tantras, and the treatises. One then searches for certainty in their essential meaning, cutting through all doubt. Okay, so if we read and in them enough times, maybe we'll finally get to what they mean, and then we'll have no doubt. if we've come to the right conclusion, maybe. Okay, the next point is having severed doubt. One rests upon this undistractedly upon the view of common vehicles. If one cannot do that with awareness of the illusory like virtues are achieved that one must make dedications of. So when we have removed our doubt, one can rest undistractedly upon the view of the common vehicles. Oh, what are the common vehicles? I'd have to look that up. If one cannot do that with the awareness of the illusory like virtues are achieved that one must make dedications of. That one, I have doubts on that one. What it means. The next point, if one then relies on the uncommon path, so there's the common path and the uncommon path. I guess the common path is the more fundamental path, and the uncommon path is maybe a more esoteric maybe path, more spiritual maybe. One finds the method if one relies on the uncommon path, one finds the method of the respective teaching. Then by integrating it with voidness as in emptiness, practices until the respective benefit is attained. Also, one practices until you attain a certain benefit. So this is the purpose of the practice, which only done a little will not bring realization, but if done too much could end up being disclosure of the esoteric. Consider that by merely doing a few of these practices properly, great benefit will be achieved. So by the virtue of writing this, may I help be a supplement to someone, to help someone, everyone, dispel all their temporal and spiritual degeneration, and then may they attain unsurpassed bodhi. Unsurpassed bodhi means awakening. Wake up and think clearly. So when we wake up, we will be able to see clearly, and then by seeing clearly, we will think clearly as a result. There. So, what do you think? So, what would Jesus do? Yes, compliment the stepdaughter or anyone that's serving us food. Yeah. Don't. This takes a lot of discipline to be able to keep our mouth shut, to avoid harming another mind. Yes, I almost read out loud what was in the chat. But the author reminded me not to. It was private. Oh, I could read it in private, maybe. To find the
yourself, but he in private stated that it should have been a direct message to me anyway. So, you know, the important thing is we're learning, we're growing, we're getting a little bit better than we were, and who are we ever to compare ourselves to? But our prior self, are we either growing so as to become more mature versions of ourselves, or are we losing ground in that respect? And what are the influences or factors which go into either our maturity or our degradation?
And how do we compare ourselves to others?
Oh, let's not.
Or who
Please, let's not.
who should we compare ourselves to? Or maybe not compare, but model ourselves after. Someone like a Jesus, or someone that is actually alive, that's we see their actions and say, wow, I admire them.
Mm.
I wish to have some kind of attitude that they have. Apply
Right.
it. Hmm.
Well, that is the canonization of the saints, right? Not only the Catholic Church does that, but I think
Hmm.
the Eastern Orthodox also has their body of saints, and several of them are shared throughout the faith.
Hmm.
Jesus referenced even greater things than these in the time that would come after him. So it's not that at the time of miracles or astonishing examples of character has ever ended.
Oh, maybe astonishing things are happening everywhere. Or maybe we've lost that that ability to be astonished, or ability to find the miraculous in the what seems every day.
I think Albert Einstein, or maybe it was someone else, but I think it was Albert Einstein who stated that the people generally fall into two categories: those who think there are no miracles, and those who consider everything around you to be a miracle. And he liked to count himself in that later group.
Wow, everything is a miracle. Yes, it's a miracle that the sun hasn't fallen out of the sky and landed on us and burned us. That's
Well,
an
that's
astonishing way of looking at it.
yeah. I mean, the sun is moving through space around the galactic center, right? And our
That's another way of
planet
looking at it, and it's
is
probably more
orbiting around it.
correct, more accurate way of looking at it.
Hmm.
And it's still quite astonishing just to think about it, that it's on in kind of like a perpetual motion machine, that it must be slowing down going through the galaxy, or maybe it's using the center of the galaxy's force to have it going around. And then the Earth is rotating 360 some times a year. And it's been doing that for a very long time. Isn't it going to slow down in its spinning? Maybe it is a second every 1,000 years or something. They are kind of adjusting it, aren't they? They have to adjust a little, tweak it a little bit once in a while.
There's that notification tone again.
Oh, now I hear where it's coming from. It's coming from this demon, this other phone.
Okay. You still have your blur my background on, so if you intend that. Oh, there we go. Is that a Windows phone? It has a Windows type interface.
I downloaded and installed a launcher that emulates the Windows tiles, but does other features like create extra pages to the right
on top of Android. How neat!
So I can move things around. If I have it in edit mode, I can move the tiles around. So on the first page, I got the telephone, the messages, the contacts, gallery, maps, readily available. Then I move down a little bit, and I should find Zoom and the Play Store, YouTube. Yeah, it's my favorite things nearby. Audible. Different cameras. Different camera apps to control the camera in different ways. Then
We're
let's-
talking about,
then I move over.
do you know
Yeah.
for certain? I'd like to do some planning, if I may, with you this afternoon, because you and I may be able to meet in person in
Wow.
Longwood.
Ooh. When? Today?
Right. Well, it all depends because there are three possible routes that I can imagine for you, and you could probably come up with all sorts of other ones too. You had mentioned going and maybe relieving your sister and or nanny for your mother, or is the nanny for your sister's children?
For my mother?
Hmm.
Yes,
Okay.
maybe I could hop in the car, Gus. Make a new plan, Stan.
Okay. Another possibility is Stoic Dan. By the way, did you receive Stoic Dan's invite to attend Monday's session last Monday? I don't know if you are receiving any emails from him or not, or if they've actually been sent to you.
Yes. I've probably received it, but I haven't been reading my emails
You
that
might.
are connected to that would be under. Oh no, maybe I do receive it under some other email
You
because
might want to.
the meetup is coming to my Hyrosoft at AOL.com. But that's Plato's Cave. But then Stoic Dan's, well, Stoic Dan's might be coming in another email.
I don't know which address he was writing, but we did do 2 Mondays in a row now. They've already passed, where we discussed an interview of the Dalai Lama. The topic was ultimate happiness, basically about serving others. And after the first week, it was only going to be 1 week, but then we had so much material in the outline because it was a long interview. He had stated he probably wrote you, but I don't know if you got that message to invite you to come and join us for the dialogue portion the following Monday. But again, those 2 Mondays have already ended. Yep. There'll be other opportunities. So I want to make you aware of 2 other opportunities. One is another Stoica Dan event. He's been doing Science Saturdays every other Saturday. And this Saturday will be a discussion of Richard Feynman, the physicist. And I was going to share one of the videos that I recommended in the comments to this Saturday 3 p.m. to 4:30 p.m. event, which is found at meetup.com/Orlando-Stoics and also Socrates Cafe. And Joseph will probably be there too. And then your third option, good morning, Joseph. And then your third option, Jairo, would be to come to FamiLab in Longwood, where Wheezy, remember the Zoom that I wrote you and my friend Jim Diaz to come be a part of about let's build a self-driving car?
Yes.
Well, we're going to have our next session in person at FamiLab in Longwood, where he's bringing the parts, and we're going to do an assembly build and additional planning probably.
Wow. Today?
Yes, today from about 3 p.m. till 6 p.m.
Maybe I could drop by from 3 to 5, because at 5 I have a Zoom meeting, but I could drop by from 3 to whenever in person in Longwood. I think I've been there before.
Right, and the address is listed in the meetup details for Let's Build a Self-Driving Car. And you're already a member of that group. Can I share? Joseph, good morning. How are you?
Good
Mhm.
morning. Doing well. Nice to see both of
Good
you.
morning.
Thank you. Did you do the overnight Australian group?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
What was the topic there?
Last night was the Eastern Church.
Oh, neat.
So was that
Sorry, my
last night?
dog barked. I looked to the left when he did.
No, last night was the Eastern Church.
Yeah, how
So
interesting.
it was interesting. I mean, the thing it ended up for me, I just started comparing it, as to, the why it was, what was the fall of the church? Why was it significant? And it seems like it was just pretty much overridden by, like, Islam at certain points, and that it basically they didn't, some of the distinctions between not believing the divinity, the Trinity, actually I should say, not the divinity of Christ, or transubstantiation or anything like that.
Yeah, not less interesting to us, especially these days.
Yeah, and it was interesting in the sense that there were talks about, the schism over the years, but they obviously couldn't get past certain things, and the idea that the son was subordinate to the father then technically didn't make it a monotheistic religion. That
Was
was
there a
one of the
technical phrase? Oh yeah.
Mm.
so I'm trying to think of some of the other parts of it that what was the other major thing that I took away? I mean, some of the differences between that and the East and it being overtaken by Islam are probably the main takeaways for me. But I guess it was at its height, the 4th and 5th century. That was the other aspect of it. That was
Yeah, Byzantine bureaucracy probably played a role.
yes, that brought up. That was brought up, how the Byzantine Empire had actually impacted the church itself. Actually, I asked that question. And so I mean, there was there were two councils that not for one for the Western Church, which was the Council of Ephesus, right? And then the council for the Eastern Church, what was that? That's what I forget.
Is it the Council of Nicaea?
No, that's
West. Later.
That's West. Yeah, that was later. I had it written down somewhere, but
from around the time of the Great Schism.
It would have been from what, yeah, it would have been right around the time of the Great Schism. I'm trying to look up, see if I remember.
There was an ecumenical.
Actually, I
first
think
ecumenical council of Nicaea was 325, and then Council of Constantinople 381.
Oh, Constantinople is 381. Okay, well then you're
According to
right.
one article.
Maybe you are correct. Then it was the I'm trying to think of the other things that I learned about it. I don't know. It's early. I'm trying to think. It wasn't that big. Said it. It did play a role. Saying here, playing a role in Central Asia and India and China. And somehow, actually, I walked away for a moment and they talked about it being related to the Uyghur movement, which is actually something I would follow up on. In some way, shape, or form. That was something that I had just jotted down because I was actually outside the room when he was talking about that. I heard it, but I was still outside the room.
Maybe they were giving an example, an analogous example.
They said there was some kind of connection there, from what I recall. But I mean, if there isn't, then I'll find out.
Are these sessions recorded and archived to YouTube?
Usually that is.
I'd love to know the channel.
This is read off of a he created a Word document. So, but they're behind on their postings. I know that as well.
Easy as it become.
What's that?
It's fun to make. It's not always fun to do all the housekeeping and the
Right.
postings.
So,
it's good. Yeah.
So I think that actually that's a good question. I don't know if last night was recorded. They're not all recorded. I know one that wasn't recorded, but I forget if last night. I think the presentation. No, I don't think actually yesterday was recorded if I remember correctly. But I can still. David usually posts the link on his website, so trying to think what other interesting fact, if anything, that would be worth mentioning. I mean, just the major differences in the belief system is what I really kind of had come to know, and obviously they had different histories. And I can't.
There's an orthodox theological idea of being a living stone that developed fairly well. I don't know if it was brought up in your session overnight, but it's an interesting way of viewing spirituality. I don't recall the specific phrase given to it.
A living stone, as in Peter. The Pope?
It's sort of different actually. And there's a theological phrase that goes with it, living. Let me see if I can find something. Living stone.
What was the other church that David covered at one point that in great detail that also didn't believe in the Trinity? It was like the Arian church.
Well, still today, the Egyptian Coptic church has a different sort of view.
Oh, the Coptic Christians do, yeah, that's true.
Arianism is generally, at least here in the West, considered a heresy, if I recall.
And the Council of Ephesus is where the disagreements between the nature of Christ's divinity actually did take place.
Yeah, I try to just read the canonical and base my understanding out of it, or out of reading of it. And to the best of my ability, I try to read it the first time without any commentary, because commentary can shade one's understanding. So I just seek. There are different ways to approach scripture. I mean, do you pray first and ask the Holy Spirit for understanding? I mean, that's probably not a bad way to go into it.
Right. I mean, there's it is interesting in the sense that how you can see how dogma emerges, because it's actually, some of the ideas are fundamental to the church itself. And like it's almost like if you were to take something away, like the divinity of Christ or something like that, how that actually changes the religion altogether, even the logic involved in the religion.
Yes.
So
And my favorite Christian theological phrase is hypostatic union. The idea of being completely God and completely man at the same time.
right.
Where perfect doesn't necessarily mean a Platonic solids sort of idea of perfection, which would, I know that PO'd a lot of some of the followers of Mother Teresa, because whenever anyone would do anything good, she would account that to the Holy Spirit working inside of, and anything that was just the human failing. So some people got discouraged and walked away from the movement that she had there in India.
Yeah, I could see why.
But perfect, I think, the way I've read, or perhaps it could be by way of hearing, I tend perhaps to maybe take a more, for lack of a better word, maybe Hebrew or Jewish understanding of the phrase, in that I'm seeing it as meaning complete, as in whole. So without any missing parts. One of my favorite Catholics is actually out of an Eastern order. He was ordained in 1981 in Damascus, Syria. His name is Charles Emmanuel McCarthy. He was, well, you can find him online. In fact, let me make sure I got the first two words. Names correct, Manuel. Is it Charles? Yeah, I got it right. And what's one of the things that are neat about the particular order that he's in is that it allows marriage. So he's married, has a wife. They have something like 13 children, but he's still he's American priest of the Melkite, MELKI.
Yeah, Malachi,
yeah, Catholic Church. So it's a sort of a reminder that the Catholic Church is a very big church, very wide. Yes.
And there are different rules within it too. I mean, like, meaning you get married priest if you convert.
Yeah, he's a fun one. There's a lot of online with him on YouTube. He's one of the my favorites to listen to, probably because he's a very much anti-war sort of person, but on a lot of practical basis.
Oh, I
he's-
do know who he is.
Yes.
Yeah, I do know him.
McCarthy. One of my favorite, the best talks he gave somewhere in the United Kingdom, I think, or maybe it was in Ireland, but it was the desire to know the truth. That's a really good talk of his. It's about an hour. So we're,
That's the
yeah, go ahead.
important thing. That's the most important thing, I think, when is that people be open to the truth. Like, so that's why dogma is so dangerous.
Right.
Because it actually, ignores the what's this email on myself. It ignores any additional facts that actually can counter one's perspective on the world. And
Right.
so, and it makes it impossible to have a dialogue because there's always going to be a conflict with other people and other belief systems if you're absolutist about how you see the world. And I think that it can also pervert virtues
Mhm.
in many ways.
Yes. That's
Because
discussed in Romans, in fact.
yeah, I mean, no, what you believe to be just or right, then it becomes like yeah, I mean, it becomes a situation where you may fly a plane into a building or something. I mean, the reality is something that because you
Yeah.
believe that. And anyway, yeah, dogma is not necessarily helpful at any point.
That's something to strive for. Freedom from dogma. We were talking about I was trying to make it a topic to consider freedoms, like freedom of this and freedom of that, and one freedom that we could strive for is freedom from dogmas, or maybe still have use them, but kind of be not so rigid about them. I don't know.
Yeah, I think freedom from dogma is important.
Free, or apply them to oneself only, and not strive to force others to have them. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I that's probably a better way of even saying it. I mean, you can be well, I don't know. I mean, yes, if you're tolerant, but and you're not enforcing your views on someone else, then it's fine. That's just you're choosing to live your life a certain way. But I think as a society that, or even, I mean, for me personally, it's important to stay away from that. But yeah, dogma leads to division of some sort. It leads to us and them. And that's actually, I know, I think freedom of dogma altogether. Because I think it really does create an other when there really isn't one. In my opinion.
Mm-hmm. It's hard. how do we become free of this division that we have? Is it
So,
is it built in to have with a two-party system? Is it going to always lead to a division, or is the division just something that society ends up doing? Mm,
I see the division as a technique for ruling, but I
mm.
want to make a comment about dogma. But first, I have to attend to my wife for a little bit, so I'll be back in as soon as I can.
Cool. Yeah, I do tend to see that what Rami was actually saying is that the division is a way to ensure power because people are not necessarily looking at issues,
Mm.
but they're looking at um uh they think about more adhering to a system, um and whatever that party may be.
Mm.
So so but
Mm.
yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, I'm getting texts at the same time here.
Mm.
So I'm trying uh regarding my father, so but anyway, but how have you been?
Yes. Mm. I've been Yes, I've been thinking about what's going on. And yes, about this division, and I
Hmm.
wonder I wonder about it, and it seems like it's possible for a leading candidate to take over a party completely, like with the recent GOP debates. He could be absent and let him duke it out, and it and it won't hurt him. Well, and whatever happens to him, like the indictments, it gives him he's able to transform it to his advantage, like getting the mugshot. Now he's selling shirts with the mugshot. So
I don't believe, I don't believe, well, I don't know what to believe anymore, but I don't think I have enough faith in the United States that they would not elect him again. And in fact, I had enough faith that I mean, I thought the first time he wouldn't have been, technically he didn't get the majority of votes. That's one thing to point out. But I believe that if maybe the election had been held on again on Wednesday, that people would have chosen differently. I think there was a lack of voter turnout that really impacted the result of the um 2016 election. So but um yeah, I mean it was something where I think that uh I think people are tired of politics and the bickering, and so they're acting radically in certain cases, like Trump, or even some of the candidates that are now. They're you know they're not really approaching things from a rational perspective, and what they're doing is saying things that inflame people, and there's a reason for that because there are people uh the general tone of the country is people are pretty upset at the moment. So, and rightfully so. There are a lot of systemic issues that we're faced with. And so until those systemic issues get addressed, that people are going to continue to see our government as dysfunctional. And it is dysfunctional because the parties are just trying to stop one another. They're not trying to help one another, or not trying to solve an issue. They're not negotiating. So with that being the case, then yeah, that causes a lot of problems. Then you just basically have a dysfunctional government at that point. And that's what leads to people to turn to somebody that is I don't know, somebody that's it's almost like it's dictatorial, like a dictator, because they can, kind of address an issue and not have to ask any permission, and not have to deal with any bullshit, essentially.
The model that I kind of see is, do you remember the movie The Fifth Element?
I didn't say it, but I remember it.
In The Fifth Element, the fellow who kind of runs everything is sort of a major Democrat, bureaucrat. Was that a Freudian slip? So there's a president, or there's a commander in chief, but it's the bureaucrat who makes all the decisions behind the scenes, who sort of runs everything. And that to me seems to be the predominant model. It's not someone we elect, it's just someone who finds their way into office, and regardless of whoever's there. And I think our country's been on that path since Nixon left office.
I was just saying, since post Second World War, that seems to be the case. But,
Could be, yes.
It's basically, some of the fundamental things that don't change, that don't seem to change many times, are foreign policy or things like that. Or I better be careful, but because I work at the Defense Department, but how much we spend on defense doesn't change. Those types of things. So it's
Yeah.
Bye.
And I think that that's highly problematic. I think it's problematic for even, there's a diminishing returns at a certain point outside of the spending itself, whether that even should be done. But it's like, are you really getting anything anymore, like, for the extra whatever you're spending?
Well, I mean, at the end of World War II, we had 800 destroyers, and today we have 80. So, and I know that
Say bye-bye.
if I get knocked off, that's because my wife reset the router to get me to be knocked off Zoom, because she likes very quiet morning, super duper quiet when she first wakes up on Saturday morning. So don't take it personally if I suddenly disappear.
No worries. I actually have to leave for a doctor's appointment in about 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes. So
how do you want to sum up for this morning?
I think it's interesting. If I were to sum up this morning, is that divisions are just they're made up in our minds, the differences that we have, and essentially that we have more in common than we have and our differences. So and that's something to build on. The interesting thing is to see the schism in the church that I was talking about a little bit earlier. How one little, one, not, I wouldn't call it little, but one disagreement about things has led to an entire, an inability for people, they start their own, I don't know, religions literally. So that's how I would probably put it. So and the difficulties that exist when it comes to dogma.
Yes, the divisions in current politics and the divisions in they call it the church, the two different churches, the Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church. That's interesting how it might have come about. Who were the architects involved? What if could there have been a way to keep them together by having a way to make the dogma be more flexible? Maybe you could say, yes, you can choose to think of Jesus either as a deity and a man or just as a man. It's okay. No, maybe that wouldn't have flown. But maybe it's good to have those two different ways of looking at Jesus. What would it be like to be in to have grown up as an Orthodox Christian, Eastern Orthodox Christian? Oh, aren't the people in Russia Eastern Orthodox?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I think culture has a lot to do with it. So the Church of the East, the Nestorian Church, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what it would have been like. I think that they seem to have an increasing amount of power over in Russia, because I know that Putin caters to them.
So maybe countries and nations and cultures that have that dogma or tend to be more hierarchical. They have one in power, God or godlike, and then subordinate, those that follow Jesus and everyone else below that. Whereas maybe on the other side, the Catholic, maybe because Jesus is elevated to a deity, then maybe we can too. We can no, or maybe it's more. It tended to favor more democracies, more involvement, and then Martin Luther brought about even more involvement, like allow everyone to read the Bible. So that more democracy, more involvement in government.
Oh, well, that's one thing we absolutely need in the States, is that we absolutely need a greater level of participation.
Freedom to participate.
What's that?
That could be considered a freedom to participate in one's local government. or to feel like we're contributing. Hmm.
Yeah, that is a question I've actually thought about, and I don't have any answer to, is whether or not, like, or how to, I should say, um, create more an awareness about politics, but also have a greater involvement. I also think that, and I mean, that's, when I say involvement, I think quality kind of involvement. There's two types of involvement. You can be involved on social media, and I don't think that that's very helpful,
Mm.
because that doesn't take. Um, but we're trying to come up with ways to create more civic engagement.
Mhm.
It's doable. Orange County sessions, at least here in Florida, are open to the public, so you can just walk on in and listen to every board member session. And check out your local county or city board meetings. It's not a bad place to start. I'm stepping out again. I'm gonna do dishes and go back to listening to you guys on YouTube.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm actually about to head to an appointment, so
Okay.
Are you doing Stoic Dan's 3 p.m. on Richard Feynman?
I am. I'm actually looking forward to that, because I've not read any of his books, but I really want to. I've learned quite a bit about him outside of anything that he's written. So yeah, I mean, and he is a remarkable mind for sure. So
I've read a few of his books, and I posted in the comment section a couple of videos of the man himself. From the 70s and early 80s, before he was on the Challenger board, although those are worth
Yes.
watching on season
that,
1
yeah,
too.
he was really critical, because I mean, essentially of the group investor.
Yeah, bureaucratically having too much faith in science and engineering, and anyway, those two are great resources. Maybe even good enough to sleep to if you can do some of that beforehand. Catch you later.
Yeah. Take care, my friend. Take
Yeah.
care.
Thank you for dropping by, Joseph. Wow. Oh, look at this. The Great Schism. Well, she does not know what to take my part in this, but oh, okay. So I'm going to open a link. Oh, I wonder if I can share it. I could go like this. I go like that. And then I'll go back to here. Go back to the here. Oh, okay, now I'm going to share. Let's see, a web page. Where's my sharing? Sharing of Castile. Oh, here it is. Okay, here it is. There, and then okay, there we go. So let's see. What's this article about? Oh, look at that. Oh, look at that map. Oh, look at that. It's got some advertising in here and there. And that But the article has to do with, I guess it's a history of what caused the schism, the division in the church, the question of supremacy. Schism instead of agreement. Map of the Great Schism. Oh, so the orange, the lands with orange, they those the lands that belong to the Roman Catholics, the Holy Roman Empire at one time. So people under that land would tend to practice Roman Catholicism, and the government would promote it, I would think. And then the lands on the, what color is that? It's like pink. No, it's like peach. That would be the Eastern Orthodox lands. Maybe it was able to become somewhat of an empire every now and then. So, that would be lands where the Eastern Orthodox Church dominated. Oh, look, it even included the lower boot part of Italy and included all of Sicily. And there's Greece and Turkey and from the Black Sea upwards, that would be what's now Russia. Oh, Ukraine and then Russia. Oh, well, a little portion of Russia. Perhaps at that time it was not so heavily populated and very barbaric, I would imagine. And east of the Black Sea, there's Armenia, the Caucasus Mountains. And oh, look, the Tigris and Euphrates, that's Iraq. So Iraq was Eastern Orthodox at that time. Yes, this was in the year 1054. Islam would not appear until another 5 or 6 centuries. No. Am I right? No, maybe less. I have to think about it. Okay. So Constantinople. Let's see if I can stretch the map. Oh, maybe I can't. So Constantinople is on the map. It's on the lower left corner of the Black Sea. It's near Anatolia, that's Turkey, and Thrace or Trace, that's Greece, Macedonia. I can see Athens down there, Ephesus, Nicaea, and Constantinople. What's another name for it? Istanbul. Oh, yeah. Maybe it was called Constantinople first. Then they would change it to Istanbul, because that's okay. So in Constantinople, it's named after Constantine, right? Maybe it's a Roman somebody who promoted Christianity. Well, in Constantinople, On July 16th, 1054, negotiations were held between the two patriarchates that would have an infamous end. The Roman delegation led by Cardinal Humbert had already been in Constantinople since April. Pope Leo the Ninth himself was detained in the castle of Benevento by the Normans from February 1053. They had captured him after a battle led by the Pope himself. The Patriarch of Constantinople was Michael Cerularius, a capable person with experience working for both the church and the state. The long stay of the cardinal and his entourage in Constantinople came under the protection of the emperor while they engaged in fierce theological discussions. On the 16th, at an evening prayer in the magnificent church of the Hagia Sophia. I think it's pronounced Hagia. Maybe it's Hagia. Maybe it's Hagia. I don't know. Hagia? Sophia. I think it's pronounced something like that. So in that church in Constantinople, the representatives of Pope Leo the Ninth laid a papal bull on the altar, excommunicating Patriarch Cerularius. After the Byzantines refused to take the bull, I ain't taking that bull. One of the deacons from Hagia Sophia threw it out of the church. This great schism was the end of the unified Christian church. I like things to be united. So what are the consequences of this great schism? Well, let's see what happened. Let me skim through. What was condemned and burned in the city? What? The bull of papal legacies by which the anathema is pronounced was translated into Greek. It was condemned at the council, and 5 days later, it was burned in the city. The Greek translation of it, burned in the city. The Great Schism, or the East-West Schism, has never been overcome or smoothed over. Although a formal removal of the mutual anathemas was carried out in 1965 between the Patriarch of Constantinople Antigoras and Pope Paul VI, unity between the Orthodox Christianity and Catholicism was not achieved. Oh, that's too bad. Oh. So, this article was written by Igor Radulovich, Master of Art in History Education, a Bachelor of Art in Art History. So Igor is a historian and a history teacher from Podgorica, Montenegro. His main focus are contemporary history and controversial historical topics. He still likes researching different periods, spanning from ancient to modern history. So he's also written another few articles, like the 6 battles of the American Revolutionary War and the 30 Years' War. And here's some other articles. 5 important Mongol leaders, the Khans. That, if I hit on it, will it open it? See. Yes. So here you can discover how these 5 Mongol leaders transformed the history of the Mongol Empire. There's the infamous Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan. And the last one, Timur, better known as Tamerlane. So, oh man. Also, after the Great Schism that split the church into the Catholic and the Greek Orthodox, or whatever it got called, Eastern Orthodox. That was in 10 something, 1050 something. Then 100 years later, Genghis Khan appeared in the scene, but not anywhere near Europe. It was way out in the east, the far east, north of China, in Mongolia. Mm. The fierce Mongol hordes were at their largest and most formidable under Genghis Khan. But before he became the leader, he was born around 1162. And he's given a name Temujin Borjigin, something like that. Temujin Borjigin. Who knows how you pronounce it? He was part of a mountain clan that resided in the Kentii Mountains, northeast Mongolia, just north of Ulaanbaatar. Ulaanbaatar. His father was the clan's chief. When Temujin was 8 years old, his father was poisoned and died. The new clan leaders, who were likely responsible for the poisoning, banished Genghis, his brothers, half-brothers, and mother from their clan. During this period, it is reported that Genghis and his family had to forage for food, living on everything from carrion and mice to berries and nuts. So that was a rough period in their life. In 1180, a sudden decrease in temperature on the steppe, climate change, brought about a climate crisis. It was too cold. To say decrease in temperature. It was too cold for grass to grow and feed the tribe's horses. Genghis himself rectified the situation by uniting the warring tribes people of Mongolia together to lead them south to the warmer and perhaps more importantly, agriculturally rich lands of China. They went to China practically. But how did Genghis unite the warring tribes people and become a key Mongol leader? One theory has been presented by historian Bamber Gascoigne, who argues that Genghis united with the Mongolian tribes through a clever combination of trust and terror. Trust and terror. Courage and loyalty were rewarded, while cowardice and treachery were punished. For example, anybody who had fought well against his forces but had ultimately been defeated was awarded a promotion in Genghis's ranks. The most famous example of Genghis' warring tactics being put to the test was in 1209 when he made the decision to defeat the Western Xia in China. Before Genghis had made this decision, however, he first united more tribes and led a formidable force of Mongol warriors, many of whom were some of the finest horsemen in history. The Mongol horsemen had been trained from a young age, and they were so incredibly disciplined that they could ride their horses at full gallop while standing up in the stirrups and firing in their bows with impressive accuracy. These ruthless warriors combined with a fearless leader like Genghis Khan, enabled the Mongol Empire to expand at a rate that has rarely been matched in history. Between 1212 and 1213, the Mongol army swept across northern China, devastating almost 100 cities in the process. Holy. 2 years later, they had taken the Jin capital, Yanjing, modern-day Beijing, which forced the Jin Empire. Oh, wait a minute. Let's see if I can see if I can get. Where's the? Oh, there you are. So I was reading about Genghis Khan. Before that, I was reading about how the schism came about. The between the churches, the Christian church, which got split into the Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church. That was the previous article. Oh, well, what happened? See if I can go back to the previous article. Like this? No, that doesn't work. Oh, I know how. I think. No, I can't do it. Because let's see. Oh, maybe I hit this button. No. Oh, history? No. Oh, I can't figure it out. Okay. Well, I'll exit. Oh, here it is. How to exit. Okay. Oh, look who's there. It's Joel with Vinci. He is balancing the Vinci board with his bare head.
Good morning, Hyro.
Good morning, Joel. Thanks for showing up. Now our attendance doubled from 1 to 2.
No one came today?
Yes, there did come Rami in the morning. We had some technical difficulties of a nature that I couldn't seem to get YouTube to be recording, or I guess it was recording. And then about a half an hour ago, Joseph Bullock showed up.
Oh, good.
And he shared with us his interest in the great schism that happened in the Christian church that resulted in the Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church. That must have been 1,000 years.
He's kind of a biblical scholar, isn't he?
Oh,
I don't know what he does, but I had the impression that he's some kind of a Catholic scholar.
Oh, it's because he's Catholic. He's Catholic, and at one time he was in Opus Deo.
What is that?
Opus Deo.
Opus Dei is a fairly
Opus Dei.
hardcore money-raising
Like the
organization. I mean, like
secret.
they make almost as much money for the Catholic Church as the heavy-hitting groups who've made money for the Church of Scientology, almost to that degree. But I'm not sure what all their causes and purposes are. Some have knocked them for being a little bit secretive, but generally they tend to come off more on conservative values, things like being culture of life. I don't know like what all their parts of are about, but there was a 60 Minutes episode that covered them and interviewed some members, so that would be one way to answer the question.
Hmm. So yes, one time he was in a meetup and he shared with us, not in this meetup, but in a meetup, maybe it was, wasn't it Plato's Cave? And he shared with us how he was in that, he calls it now a cult. Yes, how he was in there, and how his freedoms of, no, or he felt restricted and obliged to give away all his wealth to that, or something like that. He got out. It was stressful, but he must have went up the ranks and was pretty involved, and then said, "This is too much," I guess. Something like that I got. All right. Well, here's the top search engine hit. Oh,
At least Google's.
let's try Bing's with ChatGPT AI built in. Write a report on why is there Opus Dei. Oh, and it appeared in that movie of about Da Vinci Code. Yes, with Tom Hanks, and
Yeah.
Opus Dei was
Yeah,
involved.
but that was a fiction. So that's I think what inspired the 60 Minutes document like piece, because a lot of the people, maybe it was a bit of PR, because the idea, if you watched the movie rendition of Dan Brown's series, in the first one, it was the self-flagellating albino who was supposedly like a hitman for Opus Dei, but it was, again, Dan Brown's was a complete work of fiction for entertainment purposes, not necessarily.
Self-flagellation is probably not fiction. It's probably done.
All different groups from there.
Maybe
I left out the S earlier.
if you join Opus Dei, you have to self-flagellate and show
No. I don't
in
know
the
that you have to do that. There's some in Pakistan who do that too. That there's a day that marks the death of Ali, and some Shia sects will, in a few different countries, they'll go down the middle of Main Street and hit themselves with like metal knives, and actually open up their own backs as a way to commemorate or mark that. Oof. That's real slavery when you are
Hubby,
when the enslaver is built into yourself to give yourself the marks.
hubby,
Oh,
did you see if we need a new tire?
Yeah, I'll go take a look. Sorry, on our way into the neighborhood, there was a sound, which is a sound I've heard before when rounding into the neighborhood, which was previously me running over a screw and then waking up to a flat tire the next morning. Since we're supposed to be going out to Femilab to let's build a self-driving car later today, I want to make sure. Okay, this side is fine. I'm gonna go outside.
Nope.
My internet. Don't take it or take it away.
Your drill.
I don't know what you mean by that, but I'm gonna go outside and take a look and see, make sure there are no flat tires, because then I would have to deal with it.
wow. He can talk. He can talk outside the room. Didn't he go outside? You could still hear him.
I think Bluetooth's range is 30 meters, is it not?
No flat tire?
No flat tires.
He's using Bluetooth
Mhm.
headphones so he can produce magic.
So
Arthur C.
listen,
Clarke. Mhm.
have you guys got any suggestions from him? I'm supposed to do a presentation today for the humanists about playing Vinci and games generally. Any ideas about what looks good on the screen? Because I've never watched it. I'm always so busy fiddling with different pieces and things. Any ideas about what I should?
You
Which
tend
board?
to have a fairly good presentation in general. So let's
Yeah.
start you off with some confidence, because I think you've been doing a fairly good job so far presenting the game.
Thank you.
If
You
you
can
want
pro-
to, my one feedback, which doesn't have to supersede Hyro's feedback, but I might as well just put it out there to be done with it, is that you use the most the board. Well, I don't know. Maybe it would help that they're uneven boards, because it might make it more interesting. It depends upon the aesthetic of your crowd, and you're going to have to read them.
Well, they're
No.
mostly academics. They really only reluctantly allowed me to do this because there's something called the Biocon, some kind of a festival for humanists meeting, and a lot of them are going there. So I don't even know how many people are going to show up. It's like a weekend long, once a year event, and they couldn't find anybody else to present. So
Ah,
basically, I said I'd do it. I actually found out I would have liked to have gone away this weekend, but I'd already committed to it. So
well, you're giving them great utility,
can-
of course. What was that, Hyro?
you can promote the game by the way you say that what are some of the problems in other games that would prevent regular folks from enjoying playing a game, like say the game of chess.
Yeah.
It's too complicated. You have to know the moves that are made by all these pieces. And what about checkers? It's better, but it's still kind of lengthy. And those games, you only have two opponents. But this game, Vinci, you can have 2, 3, 4, up to 5. And so many people can enjoy it, and they get around the table, and spectators can be watching it. And because the rules are simple, then the spectators can understand it and immediately enjoy playing along mentally with the players.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's more exciting than card games, because you have to hide your cards from others. Here, everyone sees the board. Everyone sees what you have available. So spectators can play along and decide, oh, maybe he should do this. No, maybe that. They were thinking in their mind. So it could become a spectator game sport. Maybe have it on ESPN when it becomes popular.
So
Those are all good suggestions. Thank you. I'll see. First of all, we'll see how many. The interesting thing is, I have a Qigong Master Teresa, who has agreed to come and decide for all time whether Qigong affects your mental abilities, and she's going to play a humanist if one of the humanists is willing to play her. They've never played before, so maybe it'll be fun. Maybe she'll show up, and maybe it'll be fun.
So the Qigonger will play a humanist, a game of Vinci.
Yeah, that's the plan. But I don't have any volunteers left.
Oh, and then you could have the Qigong player. So have someone play the one round without having done Qigong, and then the next round, the player that just finished and lost will do some Qigong for about 2 minutes, and then play the game and see the results and see, wow, he played much better the second round after doing some qigong.
Maybe. I think that's going to be a little too elaborate for a short presentation, but we'll see. We'll see who shows up and who's willing to do what, because there are a lot of members of the humanists. I played it with other humanist groups around North America, but it's few and far between people who are willing to try. And I don't, for the life of me, really understand the reluctance, but again, I'm pretty enthusiastic and biased and all that. I'm going to get one more board to see how this shows up on the screen.
And that yellow, that board covered with yellow. Now he's introducing another board that has it has a tic-tac-toe-ish look to it, because instead of holes, it's got grids that even like when you draw the tic-tac-toe, it divides the space into 9 sections. So it kind of looks tic-tac-toe-ish. It's more complicated than tic-tac-toe, but simpler than chess or Chinese checkers.
Can you see that? This is the latest board. I got it at the Dollarama store, not Dollarama, but the, recycle your clothing store in the toy section. And I made another board out of it.
You can
The board, you can make your own board if you find anything with enough holes in it. And this one has the advantage for playing online in that you can identify which side by colors. Side, center hole, green side, center hole. And then you can work with that. I don't know if that's an improvement or not, but we'll see.
Maybe you could put the alphabet on one edge, like ABC, and then on the other edge, 1, 2, 3. Then, like in battle, and you sunk my battleship game, you go A5. No, it actually be A2 or A3. Then you know where to place. Oh, yellow A3. No, that.
Well, he already has a convention. It's set up behind him.
Yeah.
Project attached to his background green screen.
Yeah, that works. 1 through 9 seems to be pretty simple. I haven't come across anything that can be simpler yet, but there's nothing out there.
Yeah, X and Y or A, B.
Yeah, anything like that. So we'll see. I'll explain to people. This is just a pocket game. So if you're going traveling, I don't know if that shows up very well, if the lighting is good enough. But this one, you can just put little pieces on. There's the centerpiece. That was an accident. I tried to drill a hole and the material isn't solid enough, so I scraped out the center. Yeah, but I think there's enough different ones. We'll just see what people are interested in.
It's all going to be via Zoom.
Yeah, it's all on Zoom.
What is the history of this game? What inspired the inventor to create the game?
Well, I think I told you this. I had a cousin who was diagnosed with cognitive impairment, and he's a first cousin, and he's not much older than me. So I started reading about, what is cognitive impairment and how can you delay it or stave it off if you can. And games and puzzles were one of those things that supposedly keeps it at bay. So I got busy about trying to learn about it and discovered that I've never done many games, puzzles or crosswords or Sudoku. But maybe it's something I should. I try to go for a walk every day to exercise, but what do I exercise my mind with? I go to Zoom lectures and sit there and listen and occasionally say something. But not always.
Huh.
And then it just grew from that. I started with tic-tac-toe and I said, that's about the simplest game I know and still remember after all these years. And I realized that it's too simple. Once you get to be about 9 or 10 and somebody explains the strategy to you, and you know that if you move first and if you take the center, there's a pretty good chance you're going to win the game or no one else can beat you. So I added a second tic-tac-toe board. It's as simple as that. And then I said shapes. Shapes are the thing. And then I showed it to a mathematician who said, do you realize how complex this is? And I was surprised when he told me that, because I didn't realize it at all.
Oh, and I just realized that tic-tac-toe, it's yes, it you when you draw it out, you go swish, swish, swash, swash. That divides space into 9 sections. But in this board, it's not sections, it's more like nodes. Like they're in there. Each node is interconnected to the nearest node. And for example, a corner node is only connected to 2 others, but the center node is connected to 4. And maybe the one on the side may be connected to 3. Oh, the one in the very center where the die is connected to 4.
It's connected to 5, actually, because you have to consider the diagonal. It's
Oh,
connected to 6.
oh, so that means that maybe you have to imagine drawing lines diagonally, but which actually are horizontally and vertically, because the lines are already at an angle. So you're actually, the nodes are connected to the line, some of the lines you have to draw them mentally yourself to the closest node without crossing lines. Well,
Jairo, I don't know if you can, pick it up just at one glance. You may very well be able to, but I have been playing with this thing for about 8 years now, and I still haven't figured it out. So there's a chance you'll grasp it right away, but yeah, those are all good suggestions. Those are all good suggestions.
Like the node number 2 to number 7, that's illegal. Like you cannot count that, can you?
No, that's correct.
Too far. It's too far, and it crosses a line that's already drawn.
It's not directly adjacent. So there's one variant of the game which allows you to do that, but only with certain spaces on the board. If you see the 4 and the 6 on both sides, those are known as the 4 orphans. So those spaces which are not connected or cannot be connected to a group of 5, a family of 5, are called orphan spaces. And those 4 orphans, there's a variant game which allows you to put a marker on those spaces. And if you have those with the center, you can connect them and make a line of 3. But that's for really advanced play. The basic play is just as you've described it. The 4 orphans are the only 4 pieces on the board that cannot be connected in a line of 5.
A line of 5. Oh, like say 5, 1, where the die is 1, 5, the one going.
Correct.
That's
Correct.
a total of 5.
That's,
That's
there's
straight
3 of
line.
those.
Oh, oh, I see the other 2. Okay.
Yeah,
Makes a
There's-
cross.
correct. There's 3 of those, but even on all of those 3, the 4 and the 6 are never included. So that's not fair. We got to give them, we got to adopt them. So we adopt
Oh,
them through the center. Because then they're all on the board. But you have to have both of them and the center.
you adopt them how?
By having occupied the 4, the center, and the other 4. So you allow that as an extraordinary line of 3.
4 center and the other 4
Yeah,
a diagonal, or 6 center and the other 6.
yes, and the other, and the 2 6s and the center. So if you had those 5 pieces, you would have 2 lines of 3, in addition to anything else that you might form.
But 4 to the center to the other 4, that's only 3 nodes, or do you
Yes.
go 1?
Yes, yes,
4
but
1 center 4
but with the other 6, that with the 2 6s, you get a
1.
family.
Oh,
It's just
Oh.
it's just a variant rule that some people like to play, but
hmm.
anyway, thank you for your suggestions. I have to get ready for the presentation. You're welcome to join if you like. You know, it's the
You said-
human 11 o'clock.
It's at 11.
Yeah, 11 o'clock in Toronto, the Humanist Association of Toronto. And we'll see how many people show up. It'll be interesting to see how many showed up and if they enjoyed it all. They may not.
Good luck. May the presentation produce excitement. Maybe she could bring a sexy woman put a sexy woman in the background, or Raquel Welch or something. No.
Okay, well, we'll keep that in mind, but in the meantime, let's just make sure that my internet doesn't go down and we have some fun. That's the most important thing.
Okay.
Okay, bye, Jairo. Have a good week.
Hi, Joe. Thank you. You too. Oh, I still see his hand. Oh. He's still saying no. Oh. Well, we get to see him, but okay, he disconnected. Okay. So I'm by myself. Oh, somebody was calling me and I couldn't answer. Let's see if I can call. I know. I'll use the other. See. What? I'm going to call with this phone. See. Okay. There we go. Oh. Yeah, I'm calling the nanny who takes care of my mother. I think I have to go see them. So, oh. Oh, it's not available. Oh, maybe she's not answering because. Oh. Hmm. Mm, 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 mm. Welcome to get up out of bed and think clearly. Oh,
How's it going down, Javi?
You know, there's this thing called the Sabbath where people actually take Saturdays and do nothing but rest. Can you imagine it?
oh,
I hear
maybe
it
I
was made. Yeah, maybe you could. Instead of going to help take care of your mother or being participants in these Zooms or joining us at Family Lab at 3, you could just kick back and relax and not press any buttons at all. I hear the Sabbath was made for man and not the other way around.
it's kind of like intermittent fasting or something.
Yeah, fasting from any sort of work.
Mm,
We're supposed to apparently do it one day out of every week.
And Rami doesn't.
wow.
I tend to take mine from Zoom, at least generally speaking, on Wednesdays and Thursdays. Yeah,
Mm.
my wife made that comment that I don't rest enough. But how much better are we for just doing that?
Or think of the wake up and think clearly meeting as part of the Sabbath day. This meeting is a meeting of non-working Sabbath practitioners where we try hard not to think, but try to wake up and allow clear thinking to arise by itself, spontaneously,
Right.
by not thinking too methodically, too rationally, too logically, too pre-planned, but more spontaneously as things arise and we play with it like little kids.
Hmm. Yes. Yeah, it is. This is kind of like a Saturday morning playground. Play date.
Yes, it's idiots 1, 2, and 3.
Oh, I gotta show you this picture. It's lovely. Talking about play, I just put 3 eggs in the pan. I just gotta show you what this looks like.
3 eggs in the pan. Wow,
Isn't that great?
so creative, so artistic.
It just came out that way.
Oh, maybe you should take a picture of it and use it as your new Facebook profile.
Maybe it could be the still wherever this is in the recording. Let's see, it's 10:07. So probably since we got a late start, I'm not sure if it was 7:13 or 7:19, but that means anywhere from 2:50 after, you can find and use this as your still for today's episode.
Too bad they don't know a really good editor to fix it. But
Oh, show it again,
Oh, okay.
and I'll take a screenshot of it. I think I can do that. Oh, a little lower. Okay, a little lower. Move your phone down lower.
This is actually my laptop.
Or I took a screenshot of it.
Hey,
So now I can crop it and then put it somewhere.
yeah, it's the preview for today's episode.
Preview.
That's if you wanted to post it. I mean,
Freedom to eat faces in the morning.
oh my goodness.
oh, the ears of the dog.
Eggs that look like faces.
I'm gonna pop. This one's blowing a bubble.
Emoji.
You see the bubble? I'm gonna pop the bubble that's in the mouth. Oh, now it's blowing me a raspberry.
Don't play with your food. Oh,
Face, yeah.
What
Oh.
now?
Oh, I got it on this phone too. Oh, and Oh, I see YouTube on the other phone. Oh, the YouTube video is going on. Oh, but I was gonna call. Oh, but she didn't answer. Now I'm gonna use WhatsApp. I can call using WhatsApp. Maybe she'll answer because I have a new phone, but I managed to put the old WhatsApp on the new phone. So I can use the contact and call her using WhatsApp.
You were beautiful. They were little extra cute. Oh. Your little face is more beautiful than it should be. Why do I see random glasses sitting on my desk for no reason?
Hmm.
Oh yeah, because Rami common courtesy got broken. I forgot. He thinks everything's his. Here, take it.
Uy, sí, qué bueno. Mm. Entonces yo debería ir a traerte tu cheque. Antes, antes, sí, para entregártelos a ver si los puedes depositar antes de que cierren. Mm. En una horita. Si salgo ya, ¿no lo necesitas? Entonces hasta el lunes o lo deposito en en mi chequera y lo mando por selle. Mm. Podría venir en la noche. Mm. Sí. Sí, mañana sí me dijo entonces que venga mañana, domingo, temprano o me quedo anoche allá y en la mañana sí puedo poner los cuadros. Hágale pues. Después de karaoke esta noche voy para allá. Hágale pues. Pero termina a las 10:30 el karaoke. Y queda cerca en el mall de Sanford Mall. Ok. Chao. Oh, wow. That looks good. The breakfast in it, you got a smoothie being
Built, yeah.
developed.
Yep.
The ingredients of the smoothie have been thrown in. Oh, and there's the
Egg on top of some buttered instant grits. Oh, I'm going to add some salt and pepper to this, and probably some tapatio too. Unless you want steak.
pepper. Oh,
No, that's where sure. Where's the tapatio?
a Sabbath breakfast.
Whatever my wife likes.
If a Sabbath is a day of rest, then shouldn't you not eat on the Sabbath? That way your digestive system can rest.
It's not a bad idea. I wish I had the luxury of being able to take a fast, but I got to lift my wife. I don't know that we can afford me and or her getting injured because I suddenly grew faint during a lift.
So that's good. I don't have to rush this morning. thinking I had to rush over to deliver checks, but they're not urgent.
Yay.
For my nanny, I still have them in one of my bags somewhere. I think it's in this bag. I know it's in that bag. Oh no, it's not in. It better be in this bag. Yeah, I feel it. I think that's it. Yeah, there's a check.
That's
Two checks.
fascinating. So are you translating from the Spanish as the same word for taking care of an elder person as the same for taking care of a child? You use nanny in Spanish?
Did I use nanny?
Place? We would usually say caretaker or caregiver if it's an elder person in English, but maybe in Spanish you use the same word. I don't know.
Oh.
Do I use cow's milk or do I want to use cashew milk?
Oh, what do
I'm gonna try cashew milk.
I call nanny in Spanish? Oh, I don't
I can't
know.
use it. I won't use it all up.
That's just expensive.
I know, but not that bad.
That's the man just right.
How much was it?
$3.97.
$3.97 for a half gallon cashew unsweetened Silk brand cashew milk sounds like a pretty good price at today's rates.
Let's see. There's switch over. Okay, nanny. Nanny. What? Oh, no. Go back. Oh, I had it right the first time. Okay, nanny. Nanny. Oh, niñera. Oh, in Spanish, you could say nanny. You could no the word that nanny translates to in Spanish is niñera. Niñera. That's a word that comes from niño or niña, with a boy, a little boy or a little girl is niño or niña, and so niñera is someone who takes care of the little boy or little girl. I guess niñera. I don't think I've ever used that word, niñera. Maybe I've seen it. That's a nanny. But since the mother is 101 years old and she often acts like a little girl, so it's okay to say nanny.
I guess the terminology rolls over after a certain point. Makes sense. Well, I think maybe I need a nanny for my mother.
What about a babysitter? How do you say babysitter in Spanish? Let's see. Baby. Oh, babysitter. Sitter. Oh, also niñera. Oh, so, niñera is used for babysitter, but also for nanny.
Whether it's permanent or more temporary, same word. I guess you could attach the adjective if you wanted to specify.
Or what about caregiver? Let's see what they use for in Spanish. What is a caregiver? Caregiver. Cuidador. Cuidador. Cuidado is
Which one would you like?
It's like be careful.
This one has more, but it's a metal straw. This one is a rubber tip that I prefer keeping on there. Is this one okay for you?
Caregiver. Cuidador.
Yes, you are hungry. Yeah. Would you like some eggs on eggs over grits?
Oh.
No? You want some cereal? What do you want? Cereal? What kind?
Oh.
Krispies? Right. So just dry? You want Rice Krispies over milk? This has dry is okay? Or over milk? Over milk you want it. Bye-bye. Get me Rice Krispies with milk? Okay.
Huh? Oh,
Ellie, would you like an egg?
oh.
Here you go.
Are all
Uh-huh.
done with your bowl?
Yeah, I'm done chasing the stuff.
Let me feed you the last of it?
I'm done chasing it.
I
Yeah.
understand you're done. Would you want me to feed you the end of it?
I was
Oh,
checking my message on WhatsApp. I had a message. I was checking it, and cool. Hmm. Isn't that wonderful?
What's that? WhatsApp or telecommunications in general?
That multitasking. That I was able to listen to my WhatsApp audio message. Someone left. Oh, but when I was listening to it, was it intervening with listening to this? Let's see.
Hubby,
Mm-hmm.
you
Oh.
you need to talk with our daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And let her know
Yes.
that I would feel better
Yes.
if she came with us.
If she came with us to Family Lab today? Yeah, yeah.
I just don't know where your mother is yet, and
I understand.
oh,
Let me let her know. I would rather tell her after she's eaten something. Have you had anything to eat yet? Okay. Louise, your mother, brother, and I are going, and because of the other situation, you're gonna pack up your computer and Sketchpad and come with us to Family Lab today. Be there from 3 to 6.
Hey, you just have to be there.
I don't want to go. I can stay home. I'll be fine.
You're coming with us
No,
anyway.
I'll be fine, okay? I'm not going out without house.
I can understand. You can find. Okay. Well, you'll have all day tomorrow too.
It'll be fine.
Hmm.
What do you do if Grandma shows up?
Don't let her in, obviously. Well, the door's locked and stuff.
And
And what?
needs to call.
Call your mother. Okay.
Isn't it wonderful
What's that?
that when I listen to my WhatsApp audio message,
I'll trust
you
you
want
this,
people to
but
hear
make
it?
sure you put a lock on that gate.
I will.
But I was able
Make
to
sure you can try to
hear
get in the gate to see if it opens.
while I was hearing my WhatsApp message.
Okay?
So I get automated messages. Orange County Public Schools.
Oh, I
And
hope.
my Google Voice line, which I use as my primary phone number, will actually give me a text transcript. It's about as good as YouTube's text to speech because it doesn't always get it right. So I don't even have to listen to the recorded message. I can just scan and do my best to figure out what was meant to be translated.
Oh, I once had a service maybe it was with T-Mobile or with Sprint. Yes, I think it was with Sprint. It would convert speech to text. So if someone left a voice message, it would show me what it figured out, like a little transcript, but it would do it for English only. So if they spoke in Spanish, then it wouldn't make sense. It would try to do something. Hmm. 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 Oh, and I wonder if I still have Speechelo. I haven't used Speechelo. Hmm. Oh, I used it once in one of our meetings years ago. I used Speechelo. Maybe I forget how it. I think it managed to get a transcript, and then with that transcript, use a computer voice to read it out. Maybe I used it for our meeting on the guy, the scientist philosopher. What was his name? That he discovered something about gases. Hmm.
Boyle,
It starts with the letter B.
living or dead?
Dead. Hmm.
Boyle. Boyle.
Or another one, not benzene, not Boyle, but and it
Not
was
Robert
someone
Boyle.
Luis Del Pino read up on, and he thought it would be interesting to consider because it was about science in general, maybe a bit, and related
Is it
to
Boltzmann?
Boltzmann.
Mhm.
Yeah, and so I used Speechelo to have some articles be read out. Read out?
I almost forgot my song.
Like narrated, yes. So, oh no, I don't think I did the actual meeting into speech. No, that wouldn't have made sense. But no, it was some article about Boltzmann. I had, oh no, maybe it was, oh no, it was, oh maybe it was, what's his name? The the guy that came up, with the pyramid. Hmm.
You mean the alternative to the hierarchy of needs, but the one that was
Yeah.
built for communities?
The hierarchy of needs. What was his name? At Maslow.
That was
Yeah.
Maslow, but
Yeah.
then we spoke for a while on an alternative to Maslow's hierarchy of needs.
And
Joel was so taken by that that he created a set of notes based upon the articles shared.
oh, there was an alternative to the pyramid. Maybe it was like an addendum that Maslow saw that there was a need for something.
It wasn't Maslow's work. It was a South American fellow, maybe perhaps from Argentine.
Oh, that was another something. But Maslow's scheme became popular with the top of the pyramid. What was it called? Self. Was it called
Self-actualization.
Self-actualization?
Mhm.
But then, a few years before he passed away, he came up with a little modification and put on top of that one transcendence or something like that. So he said that, oh, we need something else that's beyond mere self-actualization, and so that's what on one of our meetings, Luis Del Pino read up on that and said, "Oh, this is interesting." So we looked into that and introduced an article on that. But the pyramid, as it is, got popular. So his addendum didn't get popularized. So I think he then died a little while later. Something like that, if I recall. Yeah. Well, I'll have to explore our meetings with Luis Del Pino and extract some highlights,
Should
some
should
shorts, make like YouTube shorts, and have
Mhm.
like a minute or less of some exciting moments in the early days of Wake Up and Think Clearly. Now we're it seems like we're
it disappeared on me, Hiro. I think you're in mute. You accidentally muted yourself. Perhaps. Or your internet connectivity has dropped. No? You would have dropped from the room. You're still in the room. Just mute it and your video is off. Both. I'll place myself on mute as well.
Let's see. What was I? Oh, I'm back. Well, I was on a
Yes.
phone call.
I thought that might be it. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was something technical or if you just had to take a call, and I figured could be either way.
Well, and when I make a phone call, nobody hears it on Zoom, right?
Not a bit. It
Right.
went right to mute and it stopped transmitting video. So maybe that's a
Oh.
feature of Zoom. Or did you manually put yourself on mute and turn off video?
No, it must be a feature of Zoom.
Nice feature.
It's a good thing.
It's also a good argument for hosting Zoom through a laptop. Since you were in the middle of talking and then you suddenly went quiet. I had to go back to the Zoom tab and I saw that you weren't transmitting video anymore.
Mm. Oh, so what did you talk about while I was absent to yourself? To entertain.
I didn't speak to the archive, so this is a good argument. There's a lot of chaff in these raw live recordings that can very easily be edited out, and future audiences wouldn't miss a thing.
It was a moment for sabbatical meditation.
Mm. Yes, that's right.
For Quaker-like sabbatical meditation.
Yes.
Until
I don't know
sudden-
if he'll join us, but I invited a West Coaster to while you're away to pop in.
Wow.
We'll see if he clicks on the link or not.
Yes. In the West Coast, he's just waking up to think clearly.
Yes. Well, it's 7:42 a.m. there. Ruins Nagasaki Atomic Bomb Museum.
Where's
Oh,
that
wow.
one?
Where's the
This one?
picture?
Yeah, here's another one. Look at that. A
It's
60 watt cable, Type C on both ends,
for
and
powering.
and
Uh-huh.
the tip comes off.
Ooh.
It's magnetic.
Magnetic. That is pretty cool.
Mm.
Oh, so that's perfect for a
It can
Macintosh
plug
computer
in.
because you had MagSafe connectors for a long time, and that replicates the MagSafe feature.
I can plug
Beautiful.
plug this one into the phone, and then I just go like that.
Yep.
Oh,
Where did you
plug it into the
did you
phone.
source that through?
I think I got this at Temu. I found them at Temu. And a 60 watt charger.
Excellent. May China manufacturing remain alive because they've actually done a lot of great products at great prices. I imagine such. I mean, they've got the retailers seem to come from different parts here in the United States, but Temu is collecting great products and giving them, not selling them at great prices. So it is definitely the retailer to watch right now, or wholesaler. I'm not sure how to describe them.
So it sounds like their products made all over China, and so you're buying directly from China.
Could be.
Could that be?
Some of their stuff could be India. Some of it could be neighboring nations, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam.
So that's why it takes a little longer to get. But it didn't take that long. Maybe a week to get. Or maybe they have a huge warehouse somewhere in LA.
I wonder if China has what the trade relations between China and North Korea are. That would be a huge market of labor, the North Koreans.
Wow.
But then again, China's had so many people, but they're going to have to look for other people, especially as more of their workforce continues to age out.
And demand higher wages, maybe.
That's
Or
a difficult
become more
situation.
competitive.
Well, it's real difficult because it's one party system. And the unions are owned by the party. So who are you going to complain to? Your boss?
Your wife?
And the people
Maybe
in the
she's
party,
fine.
if they complain too hard or step out of line with the general secretary, they can just be disappeared.
No, no.
Mm.
So there's no freedom of complaining. No booing.
Well,
Like,
that's my biggest concern with
got
the
me.
January 6th, 2021 event, because redress of grievances is a peaceful process set in place by our Constitution, but it seems like a good chunk of that had been irked away with everything that took place on that day. Because remember, it started as a protest, but and it seems as though there were some government agencies involved in trying to turn it into something more than that, which of course they were able to do. And then the the party in power tried to trump it up to being as though it were an attack on the scale of Pearl Harbor, which maybe in that some of it could have been foreshadowed and pre-planned. Maybe that might have something to do with it, but it's nowhere on that level. I mean, bombs weren't used, lies. There weren't people with weapons. The only people armed were security and police.
But
And many
the
many security and police were escorting the people around for the photos. Like
the Proud Boys that got indicted, they seem to be the most dangerous. And then there's the Oath guys. They were a little less dangerous. But so it looks like the Proud Boys, the ones that got indicted, they're getting longer sentences than the Oath guys.
some guys were,
Like 30
I mean,
years
it's
sentences.
strange and unusual. Some of them have been locked away in solitary confinement, which is like the worst sort of punishment that you could do. At
Wow.
least that's what we're being told is occurring. I don't, it's hard to know the facts in these situations. But my primary concern is when I looked at that, especially during that week, I thought, well, this is an affront on the address of grievances or redress of grievances. How are we supposed to actually, if we have a problem with the way the government's being handled, how are we supposed to be able to like bring it up with our government so that they can peacefully take care of it? If they're not taking care of it, oh my goodness. And the blatant double treatments too, because a lot of division has been attempted to be made along this construct of race, where depending upon the darkness of your skin or some other designated protected background, you're supposed to be treated with a heavier fine or punishment. I mean, as though being charged with murder wouldn't be capital enough. It seems like deliberate, unequal application of law.
So there's freedom, freedom from race or freedom of identity or ethnicity or diversity.
Well, Dr. King's statement was a good statement to be judged by the quality of one's character. I may be
Freedom.
more generous because I can afford to be, because we're so, we're 50 and 60 years beyond Dr. King's, any of his famous statements and speeches. Because I'd like to see us all have equal protection under the law.
But then how does one judge
I think you would want that
character?
too.
Then
Well,
how does
I
one
don't.
judge character?
The reason why, I think we should all treat each other with dignity and respect is what it comes down to, and that is a form of love when you do that.
Dignity and respect.
Yeah, it's not difficult to do.
Mm.
I think a lot of it's made more complex than it needs to be. And there's been a lot of seeds of mistrust that have been sown. And who does it benefit? I mean, I don't want to be
Seeds of
fighting any other fellow Americans. I don't want to be fighting anyone.
seeds of mistrust.
Mhm.
So the seeds of mistrust are, what do they cause? Mistrust in what? The government, the people, the institutions, the administration. You, how did what happened since Nixon that you say made government more bureaucratically empowered and less? Did it cause less power to be wielded by the Oval Office,
Well, the public apparatus,
the public apparatus?
the publicly featured are the designated, the constitutionally designated offices of power.
What are some of those offices?
Well, it's the
Mm.
one spelled out in the Constitution. You've got your three branches: your executive, your
Three branches.
legislative, your judicial. So I thought that everything post Nixon perhaps became more administrative state, where Ford plays a figurehead feature, but perhaps more of the functions of government or decisions of government were being held by appointees and hires. If you look at the total of government, only a fraction of a percent is actually elected. Most of them are appointed and hired.
Like 1% is elected, or maybe.
Less than it's a minor fraction of 1%.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that 1%, they don't have to be educated. They don't have to have government experience, but
They'll gain it.
maybe that could be a selling point. Like Chris Christie said to the Vivek, that you don't have any experience. You're just out here promoting yourself, trying to become famous, that you're running. Well, I had all this experience and I've done this and that. And so you don't know nothing.
You've watched an Anomaly? Let me share my screen again. Let's see. Share. Here we go. This fellow shared this article out of Reason. The Vivek Ramaswamy, this is the article, quoting him saying, "The only war I will declare is on the administrative state." Okay, and then you could click into that article if you wanted to. But then I happen to share this from Anomaly. Oh, you can't hear him, can you? Because I'm on. There we go. I had to put the. Here we go. Here's Ramaswamy. This is out of the. Not very many have known about, but here you go.
Is this skinny guy with a funny last name, and what the heck is he doing in the middle of this debate stage? I'll tell you, I'm not a politician.
A mill worker's son who dares to defy the odds. The hope of a skinny kid with a funny name who believes that America has a place for him too.
Vivek Ramaswamy, the Obama plagiarizing big pharma CEO, who wrote a book less than a year ago in which he compared Trump to sore loser Stacey Abrams, said he respects Pence, and says that Mike Pence did the right thing on January 6th. A man who tweeted out, "Well said, George Soros," and seemingly even parroted his rhetoric on open societies. A man who took money for his law school from a Soros fellowship, said he did it in a video defending himself, quote, "when I didn't have the money."
When I didn't have the money and it was a merit scholarship.
Yet Fox News reported that he made millions of dollars that year and $1 million every year for a couple years prior, so he lied about that. A man who made a fortune off of a failed Alzheimer's drug, and a man who just last year wrote a Wall Street Journal op-ed in which he said, "The most important step in fighting the COVID-19 pandemic was the distribution of vaccines." That's in 2022. So who is Big Pharma salesman Vivek? Well, he's whoever you want him to be, because just like Obama, he'll say whatever he has to say, even copying Obama, to tell the naive and foolish sheeple what they want to hear. Everyone's giving this guy softball interviews and weak debates. Vivek, if you want a real challenge, come on my channel. I don't buy your shtick.
So first,
Yeah.
Wow.
You've probably watched that fellow before, the commentator. He goes by Anomaly
Mhm.
in
Oh, yeah.
Mally. His actual name.
Wow. And now you know the rest of the story.
Well,
And he wants to, as president, he wants to fire all these things, get rid of the Department of Education, the Department of this and that. Maybe build something from the ground up.
What was that? I didn't quite catch what you said.
This Vivek,
Okay, all this stuff.
as president, would want to fire lots of people in certain agencies. Maybe get rid of the FBI, get rid of the
Well,
Department of Justice,
It's
and
hard to
maybe
tell.
get rid of the
Yes,
Department of
so-
Education.
Okay. Well, read what Dallas wrote.
Mute him, please.
I'll be right back. I gotta go take care of my wife for a moment.
Here's the plan.
Oh. Let's see if I can read that. Small print. Oh. Dallas Stephens writes, presidential elections are the ultimate charade. Ross Perot is the only outsider I can recall who wasn't owned by anyone else. But he got squeezed out in a three-way race, which put the Billaries, I guess that's the billionaires, or maybe something else, in the White House. At the end of the day, the end result of every election I'm aware of ends in a compromise, in a choice between the lesser of two evils. So ain't it no wonder that the people we elect turn out to be evil? Shit, they were evil from the get-go, and everybody knew it. The problem with splitting the difference between opposing sides, as many negotiators are prone to do, whether these negotiators are marriage counselors, labor arbitrators, or the United Nations, is that this gives an advantage to the side with the most unreasonable demands and therefore promotes more unreasonable demands in the future. Thomas Sowell. I guess.
Huh. There's who was it? Henry George. Oh, there's a. This was not a good one. Fundamental principle of human action is that men seek to gratify their desires with the least exertion. Yes, but there's something I'm hoping to see if I can find it. Let's go back another. There is a quote about I'm still a student. Something along the lines of how man between two groups as to whether or not to cut off a person's head, they decide to compromise, and instead the compromise is to cut off his feet. The issue there being is it even decided whether or not the person is guilty or not. This is another interesting fellow that I was reading before I learned about Henry George. Hello, Belloc. Oh, it's about his cautionary tales, huh? Sails from one generation to the next, read by enthralled parents to children who are often perplexed and sometimes bored by the verses, rarely are amused as we hope we will be. Anyway, I've run out of free. I'm gonna be bad for a moment. See if there's anyone's taking any snapshots of this. Nope, no one's taking any snapshots. So if I wanted a snapshot, I would post it there and I'd go save. And it would create one. And then eventually that would become a viewable archived article. But I'm not going to look at that right now. I'll wait till next month for my next set of free articles. I think where Hillel Belloc had developed his political philosophy was from traveling to the middle of the United States and then walking all the way to California to meet his future wife. And he stayed in homes because he was Oxford educated, and also one of his parents was French as well, probably his father. And So he would entertain the various farmer families and they would put him up for the night. Reading poetry and verses, which if this was an age before radio, so it was probably a fair trade. Something else entirely. Sorry, got off on a bit of a tangent there. Cutting off. Head. Boat. Maybe that can go. There. Well, there's a good quote. The protection of the masses has in all times been the pretense of tyranny, the plea of monarchy, of aristocracy, of special privilege of every kind. The slave owners justified slavery as protecting the slaves. There's a good one in line with the idea of freedom. Liberty calls to us again. We must follow her further. We must trust her fully. Either we must wholly accept her, or she will not stay. It is not enough that men should vote. It's not enough that they should be theoretically equal before the law. They must have liberty to avail themselves of the opportunities and means of life. They must stand on equal terms of reference to the bounty of nature. The ideal social state is not that which each gets an equal amount of wealth, but in which each gets in proportion to his contribution to the general stock. I think you can have that today in today's B Corps, B corporations. Worker-owned cooperatives, Publix being an excellent example of such. Have you, you've certainly shopped at Publix before. Have you ever had Kroger?
In Kentucky, there were Krogers. I haven't seen any in Florida.
Kroger does deliveries here. We weren't too impressed with them.
Wow.
Yeah, you can get Kroger delivery and they've got fancy trucks and drivers in uniforms, but we had a heck of a time with customer service with them for over 2 years. But for the reason why I mentioned it is because I had overheard at work back in 2013 that Kroger was considering purchasing Publix. And
wow.
We can be glad that that purchase did not occur because they are not employee owned. And when I spoke with some people who shop at Kroger, they described Kroger as sort of a midway between Food Lion, which is she described as kind of spooky, and Publix, so not as good as Publix, and I don't think they're employee owned like Publix is.
Is Lakeland the headquarters of Publix?
Where it was founded, and I think it's still headquartered out there.
Wow.
Publix. Yeah.
Mm. And it's employee owned?
Yeah, in 1930, George W. Jenkins, the late founder of Publix Supermarket, Inc., opened his first store called Publix Food Store in Winter Haven. 1935, he opened a second location across town. 1940, he closed both food stores to open his dream store known as Publix Supermarket. At the time, Publix's main supplier of goods was Lakeland Grocery Company. In 1945, Lakeland Grocery Company was put up for sale. Mr. George knew this would be a perfect opportunity to expand his business, so he negotiated a deal to buy the company. This negotiation included not only the Lakeland Grocery Company's warehouse, but its 19 small retail stores and all its employees as well. Of course, Mr. George said, this being George, it's funny that they refer to him by his first name, Mr., and then his first name, Mr. George W. Jenkins. Mr. George said that the best part of the deal was adding all the wonderful employees who became part of the Publix family. 1950, just 5 years short of the big purchase, Publix outgrew the old Lakeland Grocery Company warehouse and looked for property where a larger facility could be built. After purchasing land in West Lakeland near US 92, the construction of the new warehouse and office complex began. 1 year later, February 1951, construction was completed and the warehouse was ready for business. 125,000 square foot warehouse was cited as the most modern structure of its kind in the United States. Beautifully designed with the same Art Deco architecture as the Publix stores of the 1950s. But what was most impressive was the mechanization of the warehouse operation. Now, most people would think that any successful company with a warehouse as large and efficient as one would be set for the next 50 years, but Publix is no ordinary successful company. Publix once again outgrew this space and needed to find a way to expand the complex to accommodate its increase in stores. In 1967, Publix added office space to the front of the building, which expanded the entry and lobby as well as both ends of the building. The expansion also created more warehouse space. For many years, this building housed all of Publix's corporate departments, from accounting and payroll, purchasing, advertising. But again, the company's growth led to the need for more office space. In 2002, a 325,000 square foot building was completed to accommodate more than 1,200 associates. While most corporate departments relocated to this new facility, several still occupy the original building.
Space. They needed space.
Well, that's a wonderful thing about the North American continent. Compared to much of the rest of the world, we're still fairly underpopulated.
Except in New England, New York.
Right. Yeah, it gets real tight. And think about how tight, caught up, and stressed people who escaped from New York, for instance, and come to live in Florida. There was this wonderful sign that someone had printed and put out in the front of their yard, not too far from where I live, on their front yard. It says, "Don't New York my Florida." And what was it we were talking? I was at the Meal of Meaning Thursday night. Last minute, decided to join Christian Boutier, who ran and got 2.3% of the vote in his area, his province of Quebec, Canada. He lives here now in Central Florida, in Orlando area. We were in Winter Park next to the we were at Jimmy Hula's, which is right next to the Panera at Winter Park, where we've had some meetups in the past in person.
Oh.
Yeah, and what did I mention? Yeah, he ran as a candidate for the People's Party of Canada. Interesting fellow. You might enjoy coming to one of the events he organizes. ARC of Central Florida, sort of as a fan club to that organization. ARC is founded by various legislators and retired legislators, parliamentarians, and also Jordan Peterson from around the world as a alternative to the World Economic Forum, something based more on values and principles, ethos, mythos, sort of thing. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, ARC of Central Florida. And here's Christian. And next to, he's known as Viva Frey on YouTube, David Freyheit. They both ran a campaign. But let's see. There's also, this was the group that we met with last night. And so they do walks at Blue Jacket Park, and we met at Jimmy Hula's, is where they have their regular monthly meeting. So each of those two groups, they'll do a walk once a month and dinner once a month. It's a nice format. So we met at Jimmy Hula's, had some good conversation. But why did I bring this up? I had a reason. It'll come to me eventually. What are we talking about? I don't know. It'll come or it won't come. But can I share this video from of Charlie Rose interviewing the owner of CNN back in 2008?
Okay.
All right. It's a clip.
World War II in 1940. We have to fully mobilize everything we have and put it into changing the energy system over. And
This
not
is
just here in the
2008,
United States,
last
but
year,
all over
George
the world.
W. Bush
It's going
was.
to be the biggest business project in the history of the world. Fortunes, billions of dollars are going to be made. Hundreds of thousands of people are going to be employed. We're going to have clean air. We're going to have so many benefits from it. It's not going to cost us anything. Once we get going with it, it's not going to cost us anything. Only the people that don't understand it, it's going to, not doing it will be catastrophic. We'll have 8 degrees, we'll be 8 degrees hotter in 10, not 10, but in 30 or 40 years. And basically none of the crops will grow. Most of the people will have died and the rest of us will be cannibals. Civilization will have broken down. What the few people left will be living in a failed state like Somalia or Sudan. And living conditions will be intolerable. The droughts will be so bad, there'll be no more corn growing. Not doing it is suicide. Just like dropping bombs on each other, nuclear weapons is suicide. So
this is Ted Turner. Link is 55 seconds in. This was posted April 2nd, 2008. So it's probably the April 1st, 2008 broadcast episode that you've probably watched Charlie Rose before on PBS. Maybe not. Back to Ted Turner. Let's hear what happens next.
we've got to stop doing the two suicidal things, which are hanging on to our nuclear weapons. And global. And then after that, we've got to stabilize the population. When I was born,
So what's wrong with the population? I mean,
with too many people. That's why we have global warming. We have global warming because too many people are using too much stuff.
But
If there were less people, they'd be using less stuff. If we don't get global warming and the nuclear weapons straight out, we don't have to worry about human rights.
Did you notice the cut there? So there was obviously more conversation that occurred, but apparently the interviewing went off rails there for a bit. So they had to pick back up. And then this is where the edit cut comes back, because it would have been neat to catch the full raw until they got back to this point. But we'll hear the summary, the sterilized summary here. Notice what he said. This is Ted Turner, the guy who owns CNN.
Living in a failed state like Somalia or Sudan, and living conditions.
So he's painting the picture of what the people who would attend groups like Bilderberg, which he's one of the people who attends those things, how they think things will work if it just goes on the trajectory. They're really sold on this idea of overpopulation.
Intolerable. The droughts will be so bad there'll be no more corn growing. Not doing it is suicide. Just like dropping bombs on each other, nuclear weapons is suicide. So we've got to stop doing the two suicidal things, which are hanging on to our nuclear weapons. And global. And then after that, we've got to stabilize the population.
So right there, he's laying out, I think, what's been going on for a while now, because I think that there are indeed just an effort to reduce the and I think it's to a certain degree it's worked. Reduce how many more people are being produced, and it seems like there are a number of multi-front campaigns to primarily through the means of reducing fertility.
So what's wrong with the population? I mean, with too many people. That's why we have global warming. We have global warming because too many people are using too much stuff. But if there were less people, they'd be using less stuff. If we don't get global warming and the nuclear weapons straight out, we don't have to worry about human rights. The humans will all be gone.
Okay. Do you think we'll do it? I mean, are you optimistic in the end?
So in that jump cut, it seems like the staff have gotten him to move from speaking in terms of overpopulation, which is that concern that goes back to like the pseudoscientist Paul Ehrlich and the population bomb, to speaking. Now they use the phrase global warming to kind of mask what their concern here is.
That the world will come to its senses.
On behalf of my grandchildren and the children all over the world, I absolutely think we got to do it. But I have a way of explaining it very simply. I say the human situation I liken to a baseball game. It's in the 7th inning and we're down by 1 run. So we're backs to the wall. Right. What we have to do though, in the next 2 innings, the game's not over. It's still winnable. But what we've got to do is hold them right where they are with our best pitcher.
Right.
And we've got to get a couple runs on them.
Get a man on base.
And then get him in. And that ties it, and then another run to go ahead and we win. That's where we are. We're in a tough situation, but we can play our way out of it if we do the right things. It's time for smart political leaders, no more dummies. We can't afford dumb leadership.
Still awake? I'll trust that you've fallen asleep. I'm going to stop sharing. All right, Taro, enjoy your restful Saturday. I'm going to send you a link in the internal Zoom chat to our 3 p.m. in case you decide to join us. All right. And I'll also text that to your phone in case you don't notice the Zoom, since you're probably asleep.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Mhm.
All right. I think you've got the best kind of plan going. We'll catch you later.
Have a wonderful day. Maybe I'll see you at Factor.
No, not Factor, Familab.
Oh, the Factor is on Virginia.
Yeah, Familab is up in Longwood.
Familab.
Yeah, off something like Prospect Drive or Innovation or something along those lines. You'll find it on the map. Bye.
Right. Oh, yes. I will sign off myself and let's dedicate this to all waker uppers or in the process of waking up. We're not woke. We're waking up. It's continuous, never ending struggle to see how things really are. Okay, bye.